The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, who's out there? Anybody? Hope you're all well and ready for a deep dive into many things today. Let's break the truth from the noise. So we got security nonsense to cover again. We got probably a lot of grifter channels videos to cover, but also got a lot of conspiracy stuff doing the rounds this week on space again, NASA and all that sort of stuff. So I'll just go over wee bits of stuff and talk about new updates from stuff we've covered in the past. So, should be a fairly good show if you can hang around. So it'll definitely be a 4-hour show today. I'll just post up the title of the show there and pin. I forgot to pin my. They don't let you pin your comment even if you forget after the show on YouTube, which is kind of lame. But anyway, the last weekend I forgot to pin my website at the top for the channels that allow it to be pinned, of course. I'll just do that now. A wee bit late because I had a stomach upset today, so I had to sit down, take my pills that counteract it before I could function, pretty much. You know, I won't be around forever. I'm getting older and older. And more health problems to boot. And pilled. Let's have a look. Is it working there? Let me just check. Oh yeah, looks like it. It's all gone pretty smooth, I think. There we go. So yeah, where's everybody on YouTube, may ask? Yeah, it's getting worse and worse on YouTube, isn't it? In fact, I've gained subs and lose subs. It's been up and down all this month. Makes me wonder if I ever reach the next 10 allocations to up it. Rumble's just gone up one today, I think. Pilled Still looking pretty sad there. And BitChute's been stagnant for many months. Especially since they stuffed up the pay, or I don't know, they stuffed up the membership pay in there. I was paying $5 US a month there for extra perks. And yeah, seems to stopped getting subs now. I wonder why. But anyway, we're in a users paid system. Nothing's ever free. Bit of shame really. A lot of grifters get up to 100,000 subs no problem, but I think many of them cheat. As I pointed out in the past, a lot of them buy subs, buy views. Well, actually, many buy subs, they don't buy the views, so it looks really odd. And it sticks out like a sore thumb. And I'm pretty sure the AI is able to detect that now. And those channels will never ever advance. You know, when you get 14,000 subs in a month, right? Alien Girl 111. And your views are still about 300. It's a bit obvious what you've been up to. Anyway, but they all do it. What was that guy? The ex-cop guy ran his channel with paranormal and UFOs. What was his name? Area 51. S4 Area 51. He lost his money on YouTube because he bought subs. He got detected. So that will happen. You might be able to get more subs, but they'll just take away your monetization for suspect activity, right? And without that, you can't get super donations, right? Which is where you make the bulk of the money, not from ad money. Yeah, YouTube should be a bit more honest, right? They limit my channel by not actually promoting it. People can't find my stuff. They keep, if you search for certain cases, mine never comes up with the solution. And so it gets propagated on documentaries and Hollywood promoting it, even though it's been solved. They don't even find Mick West debunks on it. Proof is out there as point in case. They're meant to have like a team of researchers, but they're probably crap researchers, obviously. They're getting better though. But they really need to send it out to the hive, not to selected people, and say, what do you think? And then take the average. That's probably a better way of doing it. Because when they don't include Mick West, they always tend to get it wrong. I'm afraid that most of the stuff they put up on his channel is fairly easy to debunk, really, and Mick West would generally pin it. That's just the facts, you know. Mark Antonio, unless they cut only half of what he says, he looks like a drip every time. Anyway, we got plenty to cover, and I may have to leave some stuff off today. So I think we'll start with secure teams, because Atlas is being asked about again. So we got talk about hardened radiation circuits, Skinwalker Ranch, which is also related to that actually, because they had some problems on their show recently. And of course Atlas, the big thing at the moment, conspiracy talk. And it's not a cover-up, no. Like his heading says there, it's not a cover-up. But yeah, we're supposed we could watch it together. It's probably going to be unbearable. But I have done some research and even talked with AI, debating it with Grok. And yeah, I'll bring it up. And we've got plenty of stuff to cover, yeah. So I'll just have to dive into one and get going. I was hoping for more people to show up though. Who's out there? We got 6. A lot of people's going to watch this offline, guarantee it. But anyway, here we go. What's up, guys? Get past that horrible noise.
There is an object with.
He sounds a little bit slow, getting slower and slower talking. Makes me wonder if it's really him or he's using AI just to talk it out. I suppose it'd be easier just to type up what you want to say and just have your fake, deep fake voice over top of it.
Which I am thoroughly sure that all of you have heard about and have been waiting.
It doesn't really sound like him much at times.
For my take on moving through our solar system right now, and the deeper you look into it, the stranger it gets. Now, if...
No, it's not. There's more stuff coming out every day, and it keeps changing the story, but anyway.
You guys have been keeping up with the strange activity in space lately, or you saw my last recent video about 3 weeks ago or so where I...
Which was garbage.
First discussed the discovery of this anomalous object, then you've probably got a pretty good idea
of the crap that's going to come today.
What most people know, officially at least. You've probably...
let me just scale that back a bit.
Heard the whispers about a mysterious...
Okay, so... having done some research on it, and did I document just before that too? Yeah, I did. Just drag that one front. Been getting stuff on X as well as doing my own research on it. Basically, the Comet doesn't have a tail, which is abnormal. It has a forward-looking tail, which I'll explain what it is after looking up what other experts' opinions are and chatting with AI. And there is other forward-looking tails, but it doesn't fit this particular comet, else it would have been debunked straight away. It's not a water comet, but mostly CO2. But most comets have CO2, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, methane, I think is some of it, which is kind of unusual, I think. Dirty rocks and icy water. And of course, if it's got CO2, it's normally going to be like dry ice, where it's so cold in space that it actually forms ice, and as it heats up, as it heads towards a star or sun, it gradually evaporates. So far the comet is creating a CO2 aurora, but it's not creating a tail with it, if it is. All this gas venting off it. And some people say, well, if it's been around for millions, billions of years, why don't comets disappear? So I talked that over with the AI as well. So we'll go over that at the end. Whether it's an ancient rock, which it could be billions of years old still. And the closest it's going to get is behind the sun when it reaches our solar system and then flings back out. I think that's what I read somewhere. I think it's closest it's going to get is Mars or Mercury or something like that. I might have it wrong there, but yeah, it's just so much you can only remember. Just carry on and see what this clown's got to say about it. The reverse tail is not some sort of spaceship venting off nuclear emissions or flames the other way to slow it down. But this is what we're going to hear today from secureteam, I bet. This is the first time watching it fully. I just skimmed the intro to see what he's going to talk about, and I thought it would be Avi Loeb stuff, which we'll go over as well.
Interstellar visitor, named officially 3I Atlas. But if not, don't worry, I've dug into the details and trust
No, he hasn't.
me, something doesn't add up.
All he's done is he's got various posts that he had alerted from Avi Loeb, and also his Daily Mail and other web links that show up in social medias and Reddit mostly.
Here. Now, officially, the space agencies have said that 3I Atlas, which, by the way, is the third interstellar object ever detected entering our solar system.
Okay, so most people don't realize if you look up Atlas, often you'll get the older comets that come before this one. This is number 3. The one before that was called Atlas 2019, was it? Or was that the first one? Well, the first one was, I thought it was 2018. But yeah, I think it had another name. They often have 2 names, right? And they change the names of it, because some are comets and have a comet name, and some are interstellar objects which have a different name. And
system is basically just another boring comet passing through space. Case closed, right? Not even close.
Okay, so it's a new type of comet that we've never seen before. It would be more correct. It also may have ancient debris in it from another galaxy, different isotopes from another galaxy in it. So in a way, it's going to be unique and something new. And as I keep saying, humans are going to keep changing their science views on things as more and more things are found out. So it probably gives you an idea how maybe the dinosaurs were killed. Some of these have like orbits of 80,000 years or whatever, you know, it could be millions of years even. So what killed the dinosaurs could have been once in every million years show up, right?
Close, because when you actually dig into the data, the facts don't line up, and some of what we're learning suggests that this could be one of the most significant and possibly artificial objects ever to pass through our cosmic neighborhood. So grab a drink.
I wouldn't say it's artificial. This is what they call a dirty snowball, but the makeup is different to what we're seeing before. And of course they haven't got any space probes out there to be able to get really close to it. But maybe the next one they will. It depends on what SpaceX gets up to and NASA get up to, whether they get back on the moon and then start looking at asteroids in the belt and further afield. Now if they see these objects coming in, they might be able to put detectors further out, and a lot of that stuff is to do with our technology and harden it even further for radiation, because they haven't got the envelope of the magnetic field of the Earth protecting, like when stuff's closer to an Earth orbit, right?
Drink, get comfortable, because we are going to break down in official secure team style what we know, what they aren't telling.
Yeah, we know about secure team style. It really pumps in the money into his bank account because people just love the conspiracies and don't do any fact checking or science reading themselves.
Telling us, and why this thing could be a lot more than just a comet. 3I Atlas was first spotted by the Atlas telescope system in Hawaii. flagged immediately because of its steep hyperbolic orbit, meaning...
Yeah, so that's where the first name comes from, the location that it was observed. So there's been 3 observations.
It's not bound to our sun. It came screaming in from interstellar.
And you can see that it's not heading towards us, is that? Because it looks like it's moving left to right. So we're seeing a side view from where our position is.
Space from the direction of Lyra, where it then swung around the sun and is now headed back out into the void. On paper, it's quote-unquote just a comet, a dirty snowball from another star system, knocked loose and drifting our way. That's the safe official version, but...
So, I thought it was going to come closest in October, around about the 24th, wasn't it? But he's saying it swung past the sun. So is it now heading towards Mercury? Not too sure now.
And drifting our way. That's the safe official.
Alright, so it's obviously, you know, the sun's quite a fair distance away from us. So it's probably passed already behind the sun. And it's going to pass through the orbits of some of the inner planets there. But it's still going to be far away from us. I think that's what's happening, what he's saying there. I think that's correct. Hey Michael, how's it going? You're a bit late to the party again. Hope you're good. Hope you don't fall asleep. You gotta have a nap before you do my shows if you're in those horrible time zones compared to New Zealand.
Quote, just a comet, a dirty snowball from another star system, knocked loose and drifting our way. That's the safe official version, but the closer we look, the less that story holds up. Now, about its size, estimates range from a few hundred meters up to several kilometers, but whatever it is, it's...
Yeah, you can guarantee when it gets into October, we're going to get even more confirmed science and stuff that says it's going to bust us, you know. If it was really like an alien vehicle coming to us, would you expect it to be passing behind the sun and then using a regular orbit? You think it'd be automatically changing its orbit direction by now and slowing down, but it's actually speeding up. The reason is because it's vetting off all that CO2 gas, which is still pushing it further at faster speeds, right? Clearly, but it's not visible. It hasn't got a visible tail, so to speak. But yeah, we're just get into all that now. They're trying to say that the forward reverse tail is like a flashlight on the front, when it should be at the back pushing it, or venting off I should say, because it's heading towards the sun. So the comet tail always goes behind because it's heating up and it's moving at fast speed through space. I think it's something like 58,000 kilometers a second or something ridiculous. But anyway, there's a lot of stuff, technical stuff to know about this, but most people don't really care. Michael, audio fine, thanks. Can you count on pure facts from secureteam? No. What are you saying there, Michael King? You calling me a liar?
Tearing through space at over 130,000 miles per hour.
He's pretty good at mixing facts and twisting it, you know. Because it's got to lean towards aliens, UFOs, or government cover-up, right? It's always got to lean that way.
Faster than anything humanity has ever launched. And here's the kicker. This thing could be ancient, possibly older than the sun itself, drifting through the galaxy for billions.
Yeah, it could be even from the start of the universe, you know. Everybody's guessing at the moment. That's the problem.
of years before it showed up here. And that's
it's not like you can send the probe and get a sample of the material and check all the isotopes, right? Right, even that might even be wrong science. You know, the isotope stems from the start of the beginning of the Big Bang, the theory of the Big Bang, I should say. Although a lot of AI and even the mainstream media think it's proven, which I'll go over. We know it's always they're trying to patch the models all the time when new findings come out that contradicts their ideas, right? But it's interesting how AI picks up all the mainstream stuff and tries to compile it into one big thing. So one thing validates another thing, but that's the way AI works, right? If you feed it only one side of the data and not the skeptical side of the data, which generally happens, it's not able to do a balanced thing, you know, if you know what I mean, but like a human would do, where you question things. I should ask it about contrails one day. See how biased it is, but anyway, it's fun mucking around with AI anyway at the moment. It's 7 billion years old because it came from another part of the galaxy. Yeah, so they're just going to buy, you know, their calculations, right, how speed of light is and all that sort of stuff, and where it come from. Come from Sagittarius region in the sky. Another galaxy. Yeah, I think secureteam gets it wrong there. He says it's in the same solar plane as our solar system. I think it's actually perpendicular to our thing, if I understood it. Which doesn't mean it then discounts it being a spaceship, but I think his facts are wrong there. He's probably read someone's post somewhere. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's just a really ancient rock, but it's vital for science. You know, science would love to get their hands on that, because it may answer things and contradict things that we already know.
That brings us to today's new and very strange updates about 3i Atlas. So here is an update that just...
Well, I sort of run down a summary of the strange things, but I'll go over my fact-checking stuff on it.
Came in hot today, and it changes everything. The James Webb Space Telescope has finally taken its first close look at 3i Atlas using its powerful NIR spec instrument, and what it saw reportedly shocked researchers. Instead of a...
So why does he play that horrible music in the background there? I find it really annoying, especially in headset. I don't think you should really have music when you're talking. Unless it's really, really, really low.
Water-rich comet, which is the textbook model, Webb found a coma overwhelmingly dominated by carbon dioxide. We are talking one of the highest CO to water ratios ever measured. And
well, it's 8 to 1. 8 CO2 to H2O as the actual data.
And it's not a fluke. NASA's new SWR-X mission confirmed the same thing, detecting a sprawling bright CO2 cloud around Atlas with almost no water vapor to be found. And yet, what's the official word? NASA is sticking with the, quote, natural comet label, brushing it off.
So a lot of mainstream and amateur scientists, as well as AI, of course,
Off as just having, quote, very unusual proportions. So this weirdness is exactly what's fueling the debate.
Okay, so this Harvard physicist, which, as far as I'm concerned, should be struck off Harvard once he showed up on the third phase of the moon. That's just my personal gut feeling. I don't care how people think he's a super clever theoretical scientist. Even AI loves him. The AI Grok was sucking his balls, but we'll go over that. Yeah, it did point out that third phase, he lost credibility with third phase, and his theories that have become a flop pretty much. So the Harvard professor is saying that the asteroid's actually bright because it's got a fusion or nuclear reactor inside it. But anyway, we'll cover that in a minute.
Bait, forcing the mainstream to stop ignoring the elephant in the room.
Now, the reason that the Harvard professor can get away with making these claims that can't be fact-checked with evidence, because he knows that can't be fact-checked, so means his theory could still be technically right, even though it's totally wrong.
Room, and that elephant's name is Avi Loeb. So
Yeah,
what do we
it's good for writing books and making millions of dollars into his bank account, I guess.
have here? Because this story just continues to unravel, just like with our old friend Oumuamua, the first interstellar object that caused a huge stir. 3i Atlas is not behaving like a normal comet, and I don't suspect it will anytime soon or with any further data that we...
Well, he could be proven wrong time October happens, maybe. But, yeah, it's heading away from the sun now, isn't it? So, it shouldn't really have a normal contrail anyway now, I would have thought.
do get, that's if it's even the real data. That's the problem with NASA and other space agencies, is they lie. They cover up things, they release false or fake evidence, and
No, it's not true.
then you have a ton of people online hating on you because they think that you gave them incorrect info,
Yeah, you are, mate. You're just repeating the same garbage.
incorrect data, or that you were just making stuff up. But if you know the history of NASA and the other various space agencies, you'll know
We're quite well aware of NASA, and even though they're part of the industrial complex, there are some sketchy people in that organisation, just like there is in MUFON. It doesn't mean that the greater good doesn't exist in NASA, and I think most of the stuff we get to hear about, but they would have a certain channel, you know. If they discovered alien life, there'd be a process, right? If it was going to cause hyper-hysteria, craziness in the world, they have to really go through some sort of panel system. So it means that the government could shut off the information, not actually NASA scientists as such, but they'd have NDAs as well. So yeah, NASA could technically cover up things if it was too scary for us to know. It's a bit like the TV show Alien Earth, you know. Could you imagine, hey, don't worry people, we think there's aliens like on Alien movie coming towards us. No need to panic, Elon's onto it. You know, it's going to cause mass panic, isn't it? While they work out solution, they got, it's a bit like that, what's that one called? The 3-body problem. Really good Chinese version, although it was very long. At least it was more complex than well, complete than the Netflix version. But all those subtitles reading just drives you batty. But yeah, Chinese actually did a better job of that. But that scenario where you got aliens heading towards Earth, right? That whole scenario. And the aliens want to take over our resources because their world is dead, and planets like our planet is very rare, so it kind of makes sense that maybe aliens might want to take over us. So it's all good sci-fi. We don't really know. Maybe the humans would do the same with other planets out there, right? Oh no, the humans are coming to our planet and our galaxy, and they're going to take it all over. They're going to strip all our gold and take it back to their own planet, you know. Same scenario, right? There'd have to be like some sort of treaties drawn. It'd be exactly the same as the war and factions on Earth fighting over stupid land. instead of just getting on with it and just living together. All these little cults with their own little religion, hating on each other. But anyway, I don't know if the world's ever going to change, whether aliens are very much like humans or what. There's a lot more questions than answers, right?
So that they cannot be trusted, and their cover-ups have been.
So yeah, I just get sick of hearing people, you can't trust this, can't trust that. But there's always going to be a good person in that organization that comes clean with valid evidence. You know, so far you got Hoagland, which brought out the face of Mars, which has been totally debunked and exposed, and crystal things on Mars which turned out to be ink blotches from leaky cameras, and all that sort of nonsense has been debunked now. And then there's that other guy that I covered that has clearly a mental problem. And you got even Cooper, the astronaut Cooper, you know, was on Out of the Blue documentary that made the documentary, is lying through his teeth, you know. He's been debunked, you know. He's even admitted before he died that all the alien stuff was made up that he's talked about, because people don't believe that. They think that's just a cover-up story now. But there's plenty of evidence that proves that he was lying, because when he said he saw the alien land at that base, he wasn't even stationed there. So, you know, people fact-checked. Well, James Fox didn't do any fact-checking. He just rammed it into a movie and believed that golden planes from Inca are actually proof of aeroplanes in the sky, when clearly it's just a catfish that they worship over there. What's about the main fish they have back in the Amazon?
Uncovered many times in the past by others, as well as yours truly, right here on Secure Team. So
you're securely on security. Fake deep voice. Yours truly, I'm the expert here. I make fake voice videos, you know, even before deep fakes come out. Claiming them to be leakers when I was just actually interviewing myself. What an asshole. And he made millions of dollars out of it during the process, right? Everyone's making a big deal, yeah. It will come and go and nothing will change. Yep. Well, people will make money out of it though. Apart from NASA. An object we know almost nothing about doing X equals aliens. Yeah. Shit, what's happened? Pushed the wrong button. Accidentally. Okay, let's carry on.
Despite this strangeness, NASA is sticking to their guns, saying that the nucleus of the object is likely under a kilometer across, made of CO2, water ice, and other volatiles, just in very unusual proportions. And
they're sticking to the guns because they got this thing called spectroanalysis, right? And they can see what's being emitted off in the color of the light spectrum, and you know, just all that basic science stuff. They're lying through their teeth. Yeah, sounds a bit like Skinwalker Ranch stuff as well. But we're going to cover that as well.
As you'd expect, this has reignited debate. And most of the scientific community says that Avi Loeb's alien probe theory is far-fetched. But even now, they are being forced to directly address his claims instead of...
Because they have to, because people like you are running with it all over the bloody place and not telling the other side of the story.
Just ignoring them. So this is a war for the truth, and the divide is clear. The official line says
Tyler's
natural
truth.
comet, but the data keeps throwing curveballs. So next, I'm going to go one by one, talking about the other unusual things about this so-called comet. First, let's talk about the issue with the tail.
I think we almost need to speed him up. Looks like the AI thing he's using is really slow. Let's go for 150. It probably sound normal now. Okay.
Heat up, and when that happens, ice vaporizes, which then leaves gas
Okay, sounds like he's taking it upper now. Hey, we've got Tyler back.
and a dust trail behind. Classic science here, guys, but the Hubble telescope's images of Atlas showed something that should not exist, and that is a dust plume pointing toward the sun, or in other words, a comet with a tail facing in the wrong direction. So,
Oh yeah, so lots of comets have a what they call an anti-tail. So we'll go into that in a minute.
you know how a typical comet gets close to a star and it starts to melt, and you know the ice and the dust burn off and trail behind it, forming that classic comet tail, always pointing away from the sun. And so 3i Atlas is doing the opposite. So yeah, we have a comet with a tail that's going the wrong way, and that's not supposed.
There are various theories that could count for that, though. I'll just go over it. I had my own theories on it too. And I'll just ask AI about it and see what it would come up with, because it's able to do all those calculations. That's just blows your mind. And hopefully use it like a tool, you know, to do all that complicated stuff.
Supposed to happen. Scientists are calling it a, quote, sun-facing dust plume. But let's be real, nobody has a clear explanation yet, and it breaks all the rules. In fact, there's not much of any ice or water or gases coming off of this object at all, and the only thing that they've really detected is basically a thin cloud of dust coming off of it, not the typical chemical makeup that you would see with a comet, let alone a comet with a tail pointing the wrong direction as it heads towards our sun. Next, we have an issue with the chemical makeup. Too much CO2 and not enough water. Now, as I said earlier, typical comets pump out water vapor. They pump out CO. They pump out frozen gases. But 3i Atlas, it's spewing carbon dioxide. Way more than water. Even when water is detected, it's only in trace amounts. Far less than what you'd expect if this thing were really just ice and dust. And that's not normal. And
well, it is ice. It's dry ice instead. And we know there's a lot of dry ice on Mars too. You know that Robert Seller guy saying that there's rivers, or not rivers, trees growing on Mars, and it's actually just a optical illusion of heating up dry ice and running down the slopes of the dunes there, forming fractal branches that look like trees, right? So dry ice is probably even on the moon and everywhere. CO2, once you freeze it, it comes out like a little ice cube. As you know, you may have seen it at the doctors. Have you ever had a wart or a skin tag? That's what they used to use. They used to plug it onto your skin and it used to freeze the thing on that surface to death. And the body just got rid of it after that and repaired itself underneath, right? So now they just use these, I guess there might be nitrogen sprays. They use the little jets of spray that spray at the thing directly rather than using dry ice.
And what about the path or trajectory of 3i Atlas? Interstellar objects should be coming in from random angles, slicing through the solar system however they happen to arrive. But
yeah, I think this information is wrong.
Atlas, it just so happens to be cruising almost perfectly aligned with the flat plane our planets orbit on, the ecliptic. That's not what randomness looks like.
I don't think that's correct. I think it's perpendicular to the plane.
Looks deliberate, so much so that it has and will be making some very close passes right by many of the planets in our solar system, including Mars, Jupiter, and others. And this is
Mars. It was Mars. Anyway.
Point that is bothering a good amount of researchers, because this thing just so happens to be coming in on a very clean path, almost perfectly lined up with the same flat plane that most of our planets orbit on, and that's weird. Interstellar objects should be coming in at all sorts of angles, not neatly aligned like this. It's like someone planned the route. Maybe it's a coincidence.
No, you probably could plug it in AI. And just fact check that as well. I didn't have time to look at that one. So you can go there and click on the Grok icon. Give me Grok. Is I3 Atlas. Hopefully I won't get the wrong one. 2025 on a orbit plane to our solar system, wasn't it? Is that how they word it? Orbit plane. I missed out the I. Although the AI should be intelligent enough to correct spelling and the grammar. Think harder. Follows a trajectory that is closely aligned with the orbital plane of the solar system. Planets known as elliptic. Its orbit is tilted at an inclination of 175 degrees, which means it's nearly coplanar with the elliptic, but moves in a retrograde direction opposite to the planet's motion. This alignment is unusually close for an interstellar object, with a probability of about 0.002 for such a configuration occurring by chance for a random interstellar object. This means this near alignment with the elliptic plane is notable as it brings close to orbital paths of Venus, Mars and Jupiter, though it possesses no threat to Earth, with its closest approach being 1.8 AU, only 270 million kilometers, on December 19th, 2025. The comet's hyperbolic trajectory with a high speed of 58 kilometers per second, which is what I said, relative to the Sun, confirms its interstellar origin and indicates it will pass through the solar system without being gravitationally bound. So is he correct in what he's saying? Closely aligned, it says. Inclination of 175 degrees. So that means it's offset, isn't it? It means it's perpendicular. So it's how do you spell it? Perpendicular. No, that's not how you spell it. Dicular. No, it's got a perpendicular. Perpendicular. Let's see, what's the spelling record? Although the perpendicular or pentula? Oh, let's see what the AI thinks. To the plane. No, the orbit is not right there. That's how you spell it. Perpendicular. Even the spell checker couldn't get it. Perpendicular to the elliptic plane. Its orbital inclination is approximately 800, which means it's nearly coplanar with the elliptic, the plane of the planet's orbits. But follows a retrograde path moving in the opposite direction. Perpendicular would have an inclination closer to 90 degrees instead. So it's 90 plus 90 then. Close to the line of the elliptic, which is unusual for interstellar object. Well, there's always the first time. Well, there's always, we'll soon find out though, always a first time. Let's see what it says to that. Indeed. Being so closely aligned with the elliptic plane is a rare occurrence for an interstellar object. It's near Comet. It keeps repeating itself though. You see how AI works though. A first worth noting for astronomer. So this goes to show, more we find out about the universe, more things are going to change. What else could we ask it while we're here? Anything? What is its makeup? Will it have metals on it? There you go. Searching the web. Or X comments probably. The composition of the interstellar comet is primarily inferred from spectroscopic observations, which is what I said. Its behavior as an active comet based on available data. Here's a breakdown of the makeup and the potential presence of metals. I see nucleus. Like most comets, Atlas consists of a solid nucleus primarily composed of water, ice, dust, and rocky material. Observations from James Webb on August confirmed the presence of abundant water ice in its coma. This cloud gas surrounded the nucleus. Carbon dioxide revealed an unusual high carbon dioxide to water ratio 8:1, which is what I said, which is among the highest recorded for comets. This suggests a chemical makeup distinct from typical solar system comets, potential reflecting the conditions of its parent star system, which is kind of interesting. Dust composition. The comet's coma has a reddish color similar to interstellar comets 2I Borstorff, indicating dust composition akin to D-type asteroids. This dust is likely rich in silicates and organic compounds, which is kind of interesting. It mentions organic there, but less in red than altered trans-Neptunian objects. Volatile compounds. The comet shows active sublimation transition from solid to gas of volatile materials such as water, ice. This shows that Earth could have got a lot of its water from impacts, right, over millions of years, right, and they simply become part of the Earth crust, well, core even, and possibly carbon monoxide. As it approaches the sun, this activity drives the formation of its Comet Anti-Tail. Low metallicity inferred, as likely originated from the Milky Way's thick disk, a region with older low metallicity stars. Its parent star estimated to have a heavy element bundle or abundance of at least 40% of the sun. This suggests that the comet's composition may have a lower proportional of metals compared to solar system objects formed around higher metallic stars. So again, this creates a bullet summary. Key points: metals are likely present in small quantities. So it's not going to be a metal spaceship then, but the idea of hollowing out an asteroid and living inside it and planting engines on the outside, we can't rule out, I guess. No direct detection. Current observations up to August do not explicitly confirm Pacific metal elements, as the focus has been on all-type ices. Parent star influence low. Okay. Conclusion: Atlas is primarily composed of water, ice, carbon dioxide, and dust, with a reddish D-type asteroid-like composition indicating silicates and organic materials. while metals such as iron or magnesium are likely to presented in trace
Michael
amounts.
King donated £10 through Super Chat. Gift.
Alright, thanks mate. So yeah, I suppose this is one of the perks of having a premium membership, is that you can use the AI here. Some ways it's actually better than ChatGPT.
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. Gift.
You sent twice. Was that a mistake, was it? I think maybe you weren't meant to send that much, I'm not sure. Let me know if you want some back. I might be able to send it back. It will come and go and nothing will change. Is the Earth cause molten lava? Well, they said that there's like pockets of water in the core. And they definitely say because of the magnetic field changing, it has to be molten for that to happen. But it might not be symmetrical. There's something else you can ask AI here. Is if I should say, is core molten, and explain. I think it's sort of covered in other chats I've had with the Skinwalker Ranch stuff. Explain magnetic anomalies, right? Yes. You got to remember it's only getting its information from mostly modern science, right? And peer-reviewed papers and stuff. This core is primarily molten. The core consists of two main parts: inner core, solid sphere, primarily composed of iron and nickel. Outer core, a liquid layer surrounding the inner core, about 2,000 kilometers thick, also composed of iron and nickel. The outer core is molten due to slightly lower pressures and high temperatures. The model state of the outer core is inferred from seismic wave data. S waves cannot travel through liquids. And okay, so the signal it bounces back, I guess, or disappears maybe. And the absence in the outer core region, combined with behavior of P waves, pressure waves, confirms its liquid nature. Earth's magnetic field is generated by a geodynamic process driven by convective motion of molten iron and nickel in the outer core, coupled with Earth's rotation. However, that field is not uniform and exhibits anomalies, deviations from the expected dipole, blah blah blah. And let's talk about South Atlantic. Yeah, it's going all through it. It's quite detailed. You can see why people use it now for quick research, but you should have to go through and fact check it as well, though. Take it with a pinch of salt, as they say. Could also ask it something else here. What was the other thing that could ask it? Yeah, could probably talk about inner Earth if you wanted to, I suppose. But anyway, we probably haven't got time to ask it too many things. Does it ask you a question? Answer your question? I don't know. Clicked once, but not sure what happened. Don't know what it. Don't want it back anyway. It's okay. Blue chicken, how's it going? The deepest part of the ocean is cold. Weird. not near the trench. It's boiling hot, and you got things living in it as well, which is abnormal. But this goes to show life can thrive at extreme conditions, extreme cold and extreme heat. I think the tubes passed out. Yeah, YouTube is they keep mucking around with it. That's the problem. Anyway, we'll just leave it there and just go back to what's up, guys? Tyler here, telling you nonsense. Okay, so did he actually get confirmed there by the AI? I think he made it too basic there in his explanation about it, the plane.
Path, almost perfectly lined up with the same flat plane that most of our planets orbit on, and that's weird. You know,
so that's not what the AI said. It's in reverse or whatever.
Stellar objects should be coming in at all sorts of angles, not neatly aligned like this. It's like someone planned the route. Maybe it's a coincidence, but maybe not. But here is the real kicker. Observers have noted a non-gravitational acceleration.
And added into the data of things to come, you know.
In other words, Atlas is getting a push from something besides gravity. Normally, scientists explain this with cometary outgassing, which are little jets of gas acting like rocket engines coming from the comet. Well, that explanation falls apart here, because for the amount of push Atlas is showing, it should have a massive glowing coma with bright
jets. It'd
jets.
probably be a bit more crazy than even what we're hearing here. So it's possibly even related to dark matter, right? And the alignment might be related to dark energy, dark matter. You know, everything's sort of making assumptions here. Why would it be on the same orbital plane as our solar system? Well, I think the plasma universe guys probably have explained it. You know, it's to do with electrical charges and when you or magnetism, you know, and all that electromagnetic stuff. You know, when you go magnet to a magnet, it lines up with the poles, right? And you know, so it might be something like that. It might be maybe the plasma universe concept may be more correct here in the alignment of things. So you got to always take that into account, right? That our science is still immature. So it doesn't have to be aliens, it could be something we're still yet to understand.
Streaming off of it, but it doesn't. Even the James Webb Telescope, with its unmatched infrared eyes, sees an elongated solid body with almost nothing coming off of it.
That's not true. Some new information has come out saying that the coma is actually pear-shaped. Anyway,
imagine watching a car speed down the street with no engine noise, no exhaust, no car.
Actually, we'll just put that through the AI, I'm pretty sure. But the information changes pretty much every day, though. Where's it gone? Oh, yeah. I hate how the browser works, but we just put up with the bugs with it, with the tabs. Obviously, most people don't use it like I do, but is the comet shape elongated or tear shape? Or sphere? Okay, so what's it saying here? The shape of the object refers to its nucleus, as the visible comet and tail are gaseous and dust-driven features shaped by solar wind and radiation, not the nucleus itself. Based on available data, nucleus shape, the exact shape of the nucleus is not directly detailed in observations up to August, so no data's come in. However, cometary nuclei are generally irregular, often described as elongated, potato-like, or bi-lobed rather than perfectly spherical or tear-shaped. For comparison, solar system comets like blah 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 B-lobed, elongated shapes, and another interstellar object was inferred to be elongated cigar shape based on light curve variations. Inferred shapes observations, including those from James Webb ground telescopes, focus on comet and dust particles rather than the nucleus shape. However, its active cometary behavior, sublimination, coma formation, and similarity to other comets suggests an irregular, likely elongated nucleus. There's no evidence indicating. So it's only assumed to be elongated at this stage by the sounds of it then. Likely elongated nucleus. There's evidence indicating a perfectly spherical or tear-shaped nucleus, as they're uncommon for small bodies like comets. So, you know, there's three categories that the comets fall into. Elongated is one of them. Comet Anti-Tail is roughly spherical near the nucleus but becomes elongated or diffuse due to solar radiation. The nucleus is most likely elongated or irregular, potato-like. So it could be potato-shaped. Aliens just love potatoes. I must admit, potato has saved many nations from starvation. So let's see, where's title disappeared to? Got so many things to cover today. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, I think we're pretty much done here though.
That's what we're looking at here. And then there is Mr. Avi Loeb. You know him as the Harvard astrophysicist who argued that Oumuamua wasn't natural. Now he's pointing at Atlas, saying the same thing. Mr. Loeb notes the weird forward-facing glow, the unexplained acceleration, the absence of a normal tail. He's even suggested this thing could be nuclear-powered. And this guy isn't some internet crank. He's a Harvard professor, saying out loud what others won't, that we may be looking at something artificial. So let's put it all together. We have an interstellar object with a tail pointing the wrong way. It's spewing carbon dioxide instead of water. It's moving on a suspiciously perfect trajectory, passing very close to many of the other planets in our solar system. The object is also accelerating without an exhaust. Add on to that the Hubble and James Webb imagery and data apparently being held back. And we have a respected Harvard astrophysicist suggesting it could be powered even nuclear. And I have to say, before we jump off here, at what point do we stop calling this a comet and start calling it what it is, an unidentified, anomalous phenomena, a UAP in space, or a UFO? With everything happening right now, from UFO hearings, whistleblowers, mainstream disclosure, the timing couldn't be more interesting. So the question
remains... The real name would be a rare, unusual comet. So yeah, you can see that everybody's going to jump on this and like what he's saying here, and he's probably going to make a lot of money from this conspiracy talk. So he's got double the number of views he normally gets, but there probably is more people chatting about it on his below here, which adds to the views, doesn't it? So he still might only have like 50,000 followers, which is still too many really in the world. Generally young kids that don't know any better, or Generation Z. So yeah, speeding up. Why should if this thing starts? We should worry if the thing starts slowing down. That's probably more correct. You know, that would suggest maybe it's controlled if it was slowing down. Very true. I've got news first. Another story to divert your attention from atrocities happening on Earth. Yeah. The reason the facts don't add up is because they make it up as they go. No, it's because they're finding out stuff that contradicts the models, and they need to update their models. Interesting times we live. The tail is in front. Why? Because the thing is hitting the brakes. No. So we'll just go with that now. F me, I just finished reading The Remembrance of Earth's Past Trilogy. Nibiru is coming right for us. No, it's not. It's going near Mars and then out again. 270 miles away. Yeah, I suppose that's only a day trip. There is a car like that called Tesla. Okay, I'm not sure what he's talking about there, but anyway. Third artificial object that has been released to public. So the other ones have already been talked about and explained, right? So it kind of makes sense that this object is similar to those other objects. I would have thought, you know, but maybe even from the same region. There's no way there's any kind of off-gassing silly little rockets that build themselves inside the skin of a meteorite. It makes it go thousands of miles an hour because this alleged water is turned to steam and somehow it's a little rocket built all over the skin and just shoots off in space. It's ridiculous. If anything, the dust is already on the surface of whatever the comet is. There actually an atmosphere in space which is blowing the dust off and moves so fast. Yep, from some explosion it got launched out of like an exploding star, I don't know, planet, and because space vacuum, I guess it just keeps going at some speed. That's right, so if it gets a push each time it passes the sun, it speeds up, but it loses some of its material. But since it passes very quickly and only loses a wee bit each time, it could last billions of years quite easily in the cold depths of space, right? Flying through at those super fast speeds, right? So something else going on here. But looks like astronomers confirmed discovery of Comet, marking only the third time in recorded history that an internet object has been identified. It's only because now they're starting to look and the technology is getting better and they can use AI to sift through lots of data now. Passing through the solar system, this follows the landmark discoveries, blah 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 blah. I think there was mention of some signal. I think there's some news out about some space signal or something. I suppose we'll catch it up next time he does a video on it. Come on, give control to the mouse. So it's getting on here. Is it working? No, something strange going on. Anyway, we'll just close that down. If it'll let me. Mouse is lagging for some reason. When I was scrolling, it didn't like me scrolling. YouTube, I don't know, they're up to something. So yeah, these are the posts that showed up before his episode did, so I had them already bookmarked. So let's just have a look at what these guys have to say. The James Webb Telescope images of Atlas are finally available. The biggest finding is that such a high CO2 H2O ratio has never been observed in a comet at this distance. An unusual CO2 rich nucleus is suspected. Pre-printed paper linked in the comments. So yeah, you can see it hasn't actually got a tail. I suppose really that glowy bit is the nucleus, is it? You can see it looks like it's venting off the CO2 gas, right? So it's all the same images that Tyler used there. But yeah, let's just go through what I compiled it all. So here I was debating with the Grok gang, this time on Avi and Atlas. Avi is debunked again, and as more info comes in, things will change and be formed into a solid model. So yeah, this is where I was talking to the chat again. If it let me control my mouse and magnify. So you can actually save a link and share it publicly, which is what I've done. So I started off with simple questions first. Will the comet vanish to nothing if it burns off gases and dust and passes the sun stars? So it goes through all the data points and then does a comparison. Or conclusion. If a comet passes extremely close to a star, like Comet Ison, intense heat and tidal forces can vaporize much of the nucleus or shatter it, potentially leaving behind. However, even then, some rocky or metallic remnants might persist as meteoroid streams or small fragments, not truly vanish into nothing. Large comets like Halley Comet nucleus can survive many orbits but gradually diminish over thousands of years. Yeah, but what's the orbit? So how many so it could have passed the sun thousands of years. If it's got an orbit of passing a sun every million years, it's going to last a long time, or every billion years, it's going to last a long time. Small comets with nucleus a few kilometers wide may disintegrate entirely after several close passes, leaving behind a trail of dust and debris. I suppose that's what you get in meteorite showers, right? How about interstellar comet like Atlas, said to be billions of years old? Why have they not disappeared? Interstellar objects like C19, so it hasn't brought up the latest one, though not confirmed. Interstellar are fascinating cases. These comets, potential billions of years old, originate from outside our solar system, have not disappeared despite their age for a few key reasons. Rare stellar encounters. Interstellar comets spend most of their time in the vastness of interstellar space far from stars. Yeah. Single paths through our solar system, unlike short period comets, Halley's Comet. Interstellar comets like Borsysov typically make a single pass through our solar system on hyperbolic orbits. They get a brief burst of solar heating, causing some outgassing, which is what we're seeing. Large initial size. Many comets, including interstellar ones, likely start with sizable nuclear kilometers across, blah blah blah. Okay, so it goes on a bit, as you can see. What is the best guess why I3 Atlas Comet has a forward tail? The forward tail phenomenon you're referring to regarding comets that still hasn't picked up, that I'm talking about the third comet of Atlas. It's talking about the first one, I think, here. Regarding the comet C2019 is likely a misinterpretation or a specific observation effect, as comets typically have tails. The tail behind their direction of motion due to solar wind and radiation pressure pushing material away from the Sun. However, there are scenarios where the comet might appear to have a forward pointing tail or unusual tail structure. Since Atlas was not confirmed as interstellar, unlike 2I blah blah blah, it will address the best guess for Atlas might have exhibited an odd tail appearance, potentially representing a forward tail based on available data and comet dynamics. Best guess, dust tail curvature and perspective. Comets have two main tails: a dust tail, often yellowish due to reflected sunlight, and iron tail, straight bluish, aligned with solar wind. The dust tail can appear to curve forward relative to a comet's motion when viewed for certain angles due to its broad fan-like structure. Atlas observed in 2020 had a highly active comet. Some messages popping up here. The string has recovered. I think the USB ports on this. This is why I don't like internet connection via USB, because this always happens when you get weird disconnects like this. Unfortunately, the LAN card in the laptop was playing up, so we had to switch to a USB one. Yeah, it looks like Pilled is back up again. Wherever it saves it properly, we'll find out. I think. Let me just check Rumble. Is Rumble still working? Hit a drop. USB LAN drop is okay here. Let's see. Now looks like it's coming back on the main chat, so might be a good thing. Mike, I think Mike said something. This part of the ocean is cold. Weird. I think the tube spans out. I thought I saw. Alright. No, it was Pilled making comments. Okay. Are you there still, Mike? Anyone still on YouTube? So where were we? Hopefully it doesn't happen again. I don't know. It's almost like sometimes you feel like you're being sabotaged, you know. Solar wind. So apparently what happens is debris from the tail, if it's in an orbit around the sun and we pass into that orbit, it makes an optical illusion of a tail coming forward rather than away from the comet. So basically it was talking about all that here. I'll post a link to it and you can actually read through it yourself. Why not related to status? So actually it's talking about line of sight there. Let's see. Complex solar wind, activity spikes, observation artifacts or misreports. If you're referring to specific claims about forward tail from postal articles on X, it's possible that it was a misinterpretation of images of Atlas. Bright coma and tail might have exaggerated or misaligned features. This is why AI is not perfect, right? You mentioned I3 Atlas, but Atlas C194 was not classified as interstellar. So it's repeating the same stuff. Atlas behavior discovered in December, slightly caused by archaic dust and gas emissions, potentially leading to unusual tail appearance. Dust tails conclusion. I said that's not true for Atlas. That is true for Atlas 2024, but not Atlas 2025. With these links, and I post them links, right? To look at Avi Loeb and other scientific links. Thank you for clarifying. Which referred to the interstellar object, and now it's actually got the right object. C-2025, discovered in July 25, not earlier C-2019. My previous response incorrectly assumed you meant 2019. So it's got to correct itself now, you see. This is a problem of AI. I now address why Atlas 25 appears to have a forward tail or anti-solar tail pointing forward to the sun based on provided sources available. See, so I've fed it information that it didn't know about, you see. Obviously it wasn't posted on X anywhere for it to find it, because it's new information, right? 3 days old or whatever. Sunwood dust emission due to spin or surface properties. So normally just go, can read through that, but we just want to skim quickly through it all now. Source emphasizes sunward dust emission suggesting either spin alignment pole towards the sun or a weathered surface depleted of hydrogen, reducing traditional trail formation. It confirms the comet's age, potentially 3 billion years older than our solar system, could contribute to its unique behavior. In other words, it's a chunk of a different star system. Spent billions of years in the cold. Yeah, we've been through all that before. So it seems to add on, repeat things. Why different from C19? Unlike C19, which fragmented due to intense solar heating, remains further from the sun, producing thermal stress. Additionally, its interstellar origin and unique composition, CO2 rich hydrogen depleted, results in a typical outgassing, favouring sunward dust emission over a traditional trailing tail. You can see how it's sort of changing now. The forward tail of Atlas is likely due to a combination of spin pole towards the sun and a weathered surface limited night side outgassing and heavy dust particle moving. Sunward, enhanced by observation geometry, its perforation over billions of years stems from minimal stellar encounters. Blah blah blah. Right, so it couldn't be a smaller undetected object leading that creating a tail, and itself just venting CO2 that produces no tail. Got a typo there. Your question arises an intriguing hypothesis. Could the anti-solar sunward tail of the interstellar comet be caused by a smaller undetected object ahead of it creating a tail? Well, Atlas itself is only venting CO2 in a way that produces no visible tail. Let's validate this. hypothesis, possible, blah blah blah, possible, blah blah blah. And we just want the conclusion. That was their conclusion. Best explanation. The anti-solar tail is most likely caused by Atlas itself due to sunward dust ejection. The comet's spin axis may align towards the sun, causing sublimation CO2 and some water on the day side, ejecting dust towards sunward. Heavily dust particles less affected by solar radiation pressure maintain a sunward trajectory, forming a tear-shaped tail. Weather Service, no evidence of leading objects. High resolution observation Hubble Gemini South show no secondary object or fragment, and the tail's morphology ties directly to Atlas nucleus. Why the hypothesis is less likely, a smaller undetected object and perfectly aligned to mimic a tail from Atlas position. This dynamically implausible without recent fragmentation, which isn't supported by data. You can see this is where AI comes in handy. You know, you can give it an idea, feed it data, give it an idea, then it can do the calculations and then tell you what's likely. Could it still be possible? Well, not impossible. The undetected object scenario requires extraordinary conditions. It sounds a bit like UFO people. Extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence. The dust producing fragment with no detectable nucleus. A simpler explanation. Sunward dust emission from Atlas due to spin or surface. So that's how Tyler was saying. Oh, NASA's saying it's a forward dust plume, you know. But when you read this, the technical side of it, talking about how it's actually several things involved, spin and the poles and all that sort of stuff. That can explain it. Oh, it's the poles are probably a bit like magnetism they're talking about, is it? You know, where it creates a visible magnetic field around it that sort of directs it. I guess that's what it means here. What explains the brightness? Avi says has nuclear core, so this is where we bring in Avi. Powered, but wouldn't CO2 forward looking be brighter than normal water ice dust comets? So you can see I had my question in there. Your question about the brightness of the interstellar comet and its unusual forward anti-solar tail potentially linked to high CO2 is a great one. See, the AI just loves me. You're referencing Avi Loeb's speculation about a nuclear core or nuclear powered source for the comet's brightness, as well as the possibility that CO2 dominated sunward dust emission might make it brighter than typical water dust comets. Let's break down. let's break it down. Brightness characteristics discovered, blah blah blah. V-band magnitude, here's all the technical stuff coming in. Approximately 13.7 and indicating significant brightness for object at 3.8 AUs from the sun. The comet's brightness dominates the nucleus contribution, suggesting much of the light comes from a scattered sunlight of dust and gas. Comparison to typical comets driven by water ice, brighter and considering closer to the sun due to increased outgassing of water vapor and dust. However, was active as early as 6.1 AU. Observations with a high CO2 water ratio driven dominates at larger distances. So what's it all break down to? CO2 driven outgas and high contrast JW observation on August reveal a coma dominated blah blah blah. Comparison to water ice comets driven. Water driven comets typically show a steep brightness increase inside 2.1 AU due to the water's higher sublimination energy producing dense comas and tails. CO2 being more volatile can sustain a coma at greater distances, but its dust entrapment may be less significant per unit mass than water. However, Atlas high CO2 output and dust production evidenced by reddish coma result in a bright compact coma, especially since heavy dust particles are ejected sunward, concentrating light in a smaller area. Well, okay, it goes on and on and on. Does CO2 explain the brightness better than water comets? Yes, there we go, that's all we wanted. Yes, in context at 3.8 to 4.5 AU, where Atlas was said water-driven comets are typically less active due to insufficient solar heating. CO2's lower sublimination temperature allows Atlas to produce a dust-rich. So how come Avi Loeb didn't say that? Okay. He needs to start using AI himself, by the sounds of it. AV speculation from media post and X post suggests Atlas brightness could result from self-elimination, populous nuclear argument. Brightness anomaly. Loeb claims the coma brightness is purely reflective is too high for its estimated size. So it's going through the article, breaking down into bullet points. Critique of nuclear hypothesis. Natural explanation preferred. The high CO2 to water ratio and sunward dust emission fully account for brightness without invoking exotic mechanisms. JWS and Sphere X data confirm a coma rich in CO2, water, ice, and dust, consistent with commentary behavior. The sunward dust plume likely from heavy particles or spin alignment, blah blah blah. Nuclear decay unlikely. Supernova fragments rich in radioactive isotopes could emit heat and light, but such fragments are rare in interstellar space, would require an impossible concentration to produce 10 gigawatts. The energy output would also likely vaporize the comet's ices, inconsistent with observed CO2 and dust emissions. Technically, origin lacking evidence, no ratio signals, structured surface features as seen in UMA. Support for technological origin. Brightness observation. Loeb's 100 kilometer estimate assumes all light comes from nucleus, but Hubble and JWS data show the coma dominates the brightness, reducing the nucleus size to 320 meters to 7 miles. So it just shows when it gets closer that's going to get more refined. Dust coma reflective enhancement by CO2 driven activity explains observed magnitude without self-illumination. So the AI is basically debunking Avi Loeb here. Conclusion: the brightness of Atlas is best explained by CO2. Okay, there you go. And I said, what is Avi's credibility? He's made claims before and been wrong, and promote himself and book with hoaxes third phase. To address your question about Avi Loeb's credibility, particularly in light of the claims about interstellar comets, his history of being wrong, and his association, blah 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 blah. Avi Loeb is prominent theoretical scientist. I just don't like theoretical scientists, I really don't. Everybody's a theoretical scientist. Astrophysicists with robust academic backgrounds. Position and achievements. He is the Frank B. Bard Jr. Professor of Science of Harvard University, Director of Institute of Theory and Computation at the Center of Astrophysics, the founder of Black Hole Initiative. He chaired Harvard's astronomy department from 2011. Doesn't necessarily mean anyone could do all that, right? Anyone could con you. Publications, okay. Loeb has authorized over 1,000 scientific papers with high impact on topics like black holes, the first stars, and cosmology. He has also written popular science books including Extraterrestrials and Interstellar. How's that make him respectable though? Recognition. He is a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Yeah, okay. Who you know, not what you know though, isn't it? Okay, credentials. You know, all this peer review stuff, right? Someone observes a star, the light spectrum coming off it. So, what's his name? Grassy Diaz, the black dude. And another guy also does the experiment to verify what he saw. That becomes peer reviewed then. But it doesn't mean what they're seeing is what they claim it is, right? It could be just a optical illusion, like a forward looking towel. This is how I look at science. This is why I question science, modern science. You've got to question everything all the time, and also new findings are changing things all the time. But yeah, let's say, look, let's put this, you know, Mick West would say, oh yeah, it's peer reviewed, then it's got to be true. He's that type of person. Unless both peers or multiple peers are all part of the same group reporting the same thing wrongly, right? So they're all peer reviewed the wrong thing because the science is wrong. Doesn't mean it's right. It's like saying, let's change it to two pilots in a plane, a co-pilot and a pilot. They see a UFO that's giving off purple light and moving in an odd way. So both see it, and then they land and take separate accounts. And then someone looks at it and peer reviews it and says they both match each other. So that's peer reviewed, but it doesn't actually prove that it was a UFO, right? Instead, they may have been seeing Starlink satellites, right? And then maybe the purple color, which obviously doesn't happen. I think it's generally red or something. But let's say purple color might be later explained because there was a sun flare that sort of weakens let's see, the atmosphere the satellites were passing through. Just say something like that, right? So because it's peer reviewed doesn't mean it's actually real. But this is where AI thinks that gives credibility. So that's trying to get my thinking around it, right? But yeah, it goes on a fair bit here. You can read it. I'll post a link and you can read it all. Co-papered Pacific Ocean meteorite. You know, we've heard these appear on X before. Has Loeb been wrong? Okay, so the scientific consensus favors a natural explanation, so yeah, he's wrong on that one. Meteorite fragments, you know, that's where he was picking up little stuff off the ocean floor, I think. The stellar origin of the 2014 meteorite is debated, and chemical analysis of the fragments didn't conclusively prove alien technology. Critics argue Loeb's conclusions outpaced the evidence. Atlas, a nuclear-powered hypothesis, lacks support in data. No gamma-ray emissions or anomalous heat signatures. The comet's brightness explained by CO2. We've already gone through all that. Loeb's claim often pushed boundaries, leveraging his academic platform to purpose extraterrestrial origins where natural explanations suffice. While he hasn't been proven definitely wrong in a way that invalidates his data, his interpretations are frequently criticized as speculative and lacking rigorous evidence. Self-promotion, association with third phase, Loeb's engagement with controversial platforms and his promotion of books like Extraterrestrial Interstellar have raised concerns about his motives. Self-promotion, Loeb actively uses media to publicize his work, including popular science books and interviews. Critics argue the sensationalizes findings to boost book sales and public attention. For example, his extraterrestrial book capitalized on Oma intrigued, framing it as potential evidence of alien life, which some saw as opportunistics. Third phase appearance in 2022. Loeb appeared in third phase a couple of times, actually 3 I think it was, known for posting UFO related content often labeled as clickbait or hoax material. This association drew significant criticism as the channel has a reputation for promoting unverified claims. Reddit discussions on UFOs called it a terrible look for Loeb, arguing it undermines the credibility by aligning with known hoaxes. Defense. Some supporters note the credibility UFO researchers Chris Mellon have also engaged with fringe platforms to reach broader audiences, and of course we know Lou Sondo is exactly the same. Impact on credibility. Appearing on such platform fuels perceptions of Loeb as a grifter and centralizationist, especially when combined with his bold claims. X-posts reflect the sentiment with users like fuck yeah, calling him a liar and fraud. What's up, guys? And questioning his hardwood position. Yeah, it's who you know, not what you know. Others like Vinny Chirico scientific community dismissed of his Atlas claims. Okay, so that's recapping things. So I like to keep stirring the AI up. So that makes him a theoretical scientist, not a real scientist. With newfound scientist, science has to be repeatable. Avi repeats only falsehoods. Your critique of Avi Loeb as a theoretical science who repeats only falsehoods rather than real science. Blah blah blah. So it's trying to break what I'm saying down. Okay. Is Avi Loeb a theoretical scientist rather than a real scientist? Theoretical versus experimental science. I wouldn't say experimental science is always real science either. Theoretical scientists develop modules, hypotheses, and prediction based on existing data. Their work guides experiments but often doesn't directly produce newfound science. So it looks like the AI is trying to defend him and Einstein now. And Hawking. Avi Loeb is a triple astronomist. Loeb's work primarily involves modeling cosmic phenomenon, black holes, first stars, interstellar objects, blah 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 blah. Anyway, you can have a read of all that if you want to. I'm sort of getting a bit bored of it now. Credibility and search for credibility. Well, we know so it's repeating itself. You see, it keeps adding on to it. Keeps repeating, adding. So what has Avi done to be credible? So now it's going to repeat things again. So here we go. Talking about his position and his peer review papers. His key contributions: first stars and galaxies. Loeb's theoretical models of the universe, first stars, population, and early galaxy formation have guided observations, notably with the James Webb Telescope. His 1990s papers predicted the properties of high redshift galaxies, later confirmed by JWS data. Blah blah blah. But you know, I've been saying that for a long time, that the redshift is going to be a load of nonsense, and it's going to be galaxies moving a lot faster than what they know now, and be a lot more. The age of the image is going to grow. I've been saying it for a long time. Does that make me a theoretical scientist? Does it make me a super genius? Yeah. So yeah, you can see how the AI tries to defend them. And then I said, well, black holes are theory and their image, but black holes aren't proven like Big Bang with new findings. Changing things. So I actually said, no, when they got the image of the black hole picture, it doesn't say what data they cherry picked, you know, and the AI doesn't like that word cherry picked. Now, if you want to get a nice black center of a hole, and there's actually some fine data in there that they can emit because they class it as noise, that means it's emitted the data. But if you looked at all the data, would it be like a clear black hole? Probably not, you know. But yeah, it's only so much you can do AI chat here. So anyway, we had enough of this. Atlas is still, no, we're still here. Good. I'll just post that thing anyway, so you can have a read of it. Pause. AI debate. Atlas. You see, shills can make really small videos, and people love them because they're small and they can watch it without having to spend hours sifting through all the data like a real scientist has to do, and creating a proper model rather than taking speculative headlines from various posts and put it into a 10-minute video. So for a 10-minute video from Thailand, it's taken me probably 2 hours to explain it. You know, this is always the problem, and of course people don't like that. A lot of people out there don't like that. They haven't got the attention span to be a student, listen to someone that's got multiple degrees. They'd rather listen to some kid because they're the same age as them that is meant to be a guru on all things UFOs and outer space. That's just absolutely crazy, I think. Still here, good, okay. How are we going for time? I know that seems like a long time. It's like me doing a university lecture all this. This is exactly what I did at university when teaching computers, you know. I'd break it down, everything into lay terms so people could understand it. Like how to multiply 2 binary numbers, or how to add 2 binary numbers, or how it all works and all that, and just break it down to basic terms so how anyone can get their head around it without using a calculator and stuff, you know. But anyway, moving on. But yeah, I'm the most hated person out there and least followers, right? And you can see that regardless of who you are, you're always going to have something wrong. I always get something wrong, I always correct it later. More information comes in, I say, oh, okay, my idea here was actually wrong. Anyway, yeah, we got lots of stuff. Lots of stuff covered. Okay, let's see what's next. I should do radiation. I should do radiation next, because it ties into the Skinwalker Ranch stuff as well. And these clowns might have to be left for another weekend. Right, yeah, we've also got stuff about the lost tapes again appearing, you know, and this clown, this guy with a squeaky voice and a little fish in a bowl, I can't remember what his channel was called now, talking about conspiracies and trying to fact check things, you know, and he now has appeared as a guest on this Sean Ryan, whoever he is. So we'll just play a clip of that and then talk about it.
You lost the technology to get us to the moon. You just happened to
Okay, so that's wrong straight away, right?
lose it.
They lost the tapes of the moon landing. What you watch when Neil Armstrong...
No, that's not correct. They lost some tapes.
climbs off the LEM, One Small Step for Man, that was projected on a wall in NASA, and when asked why don't we go back, NASA said, well, we...
Now, I've covered all this before, but we'll just go over it again, because now it's doing the rounds again. We've got some guy here that's getting 500,000 views and 17,000 likes, and that's what you call influencing people without having any... This is what I hate about these UFO channels and UFO documentaries. They don't bring any experts in that bring balance to the chat. They don't even do any of their own research.
You can't replicate
other
that
than reading other shill channels research rather than looking at credible scientists or whatever, you know.
technology. It's too difficult. We already did that, man, didn't we? 17 times or whatever?
Unbelievable.
I don't buy it.
I want to talk about the moon landing. That was the first. So my editor, who you met, Darren.
So I've got to be careful. This is being used under fair use for copyright. There's a actual clip, I believe, from the show.
Knows all about this stuff, and he's the one that got me interested in it. And so I started looking things up on the internet and came across you, and I was...
It wouldn't come across to me because YouTube suppresses truthers but promotes shills like Tyler. Do you wonder why you find people like them?
It's like, this is by far the best explanation I've ever heard. It's all in there. At least I think it's all in there. And so I want to dive in there. What got you interested in the moon landing?
That was an episode that people just...
So you could make some money from it. It's fairly obviously why you got interested in it.
demanded. I didn't want to do it because everyone's done the moon landing. And are you talking about the Stanley Kubrick one? Because I've done a few moon videos. I think I have a whole compilation.
I probably watched all of them, but I know the Stanley Kubrick thing was in there, how the shadows don't align, but let's go into it.
Oh god, all that nonsense again.
I want to hear all of it.
So I debunked a lot of...
Yeah, he did debunk a lot of it too, but he also speculated and left things open.
that moon landing stuff. A lot of that episode is based on Bart Sibrel's... Bart Sibrel had a documentary quite a while ago, maybe 20 years. A funny thing
Funny thing on the way to the moon.
happened on the way to the moon, I think is the name of it. And if you're into the moon stuff, that's the documentary to watch. And Bart,
which again, it's got no balance on it. That's the problem.
someone who I trade email with, who I told him, I'm as soon as I'm ready, I gotta have you in here.
Blah blah blah. Okay, let's just.
Wires, you know, reflections off the wires. It's hard to explain that. I tried to. I said, you know, the way that piece of equipment.
Okay, so the reflection of the wires we've covered in the past, right? And I've done some quick analysis on it, and actually the wires where the claimant is directly above them to lift them up, if it was in normal gravity, doesn't align at all. It's way off. Remember, I did a graph on it. I did a video. I think I got it posted here anyway. So yeah, yeah, people have just been going crazy on this. 5,000 comments, as you expect. So, talking about the lost tapes and all that sort of stuff, and the suspended wire, it's always ongoing. I'll post a link to the clip here, and you can actually find the real episode if you want to. But I'll just break down some quick bits on it. Ryan. Because we used to under fair use as well, I guess. Although he doesn't need the plug. He's got so much money pouring in. He has a party every weekend, I'm sure. Unlike the rest of us, gradually dissolving and as time flies on. Truth, no one cares about. Oh god, here we go again. Something strange going on. Are you gonna stay? Are you gonna stay? Close. There must be some sort of delay. Yeah, so I'd actually found the final report on the telemetry data recordings. It's quite long, 20 pages of reading. It's quite interesting read. But the conclusion is, in the end, they looked everywhere for these tapes and copies of the tapes. But basically, the conclusion really just basically tells, after many, many years of looking for the tapes, because they didn't think they'd need them again. Because technology always advances, right? So you build a Apollo rocket from 1960s technology. You're not going to rebuild one again exactly that worked to the moon in 2025. You're going to have something better, different power, better rocket fuels. You're going to have better materials that make it lighter and cost less and all that. You're going to advance your technology, so you wouldn't want to keep all the cast and dies for making the parts of a Apollo rocket. Although now, because of the data storage and trying to preserve all that information was very complex back in the 60s and 70s and 80s than it is today, because now we've got masses of storage devices that can store one solid state drive, 130 terabits, probably can store all NASA's findings in one drive, you know. They weren't even able to visualize that in the future, digitizing analog stuff into digital stuff and all that stuff. It's like looking into the future. What we're using today is going to probably be laughable, you know. It'll be like a chip they implant in your arm and or on the side of your head, and it interfaces with your visual cortex, and you don't actually see a physical screen, but it can actually project one into your brain. It would be something like that. It would be so far out there, the technology in the future, and the storage, pretty much Earth's entire history. You won't need libraries. It would be something you can download within a few seconds into a solid state device and have it all available to you. Information overload, and you're going to need AI to be able to sift through it all and actually give you a summary of all the information anyway. It'll probably be instead of having to download it personally, although you want to take that with you on space trips, right? As a reference in case the Earth suddenly gets destroyed on the way back. So you can then preserve that history and knowledge forever. It just opens up so much stuff. It's interesting though, I think. Many people we got out there at the moment got all bored of it. I don't blame you though. You think of me having to research it all and actually put it all together for you. There's a lot to take in, and that's why people watch some of it and come back and watch the other bits later. Because it is a lot, and it just melts your brain. Most people's brain would be melted by now, trying to comprehend everything. But yeah, I try to keep it simple, but sometimes it's really hard. So it's got a lot of stuff from the end here. And even the summary's long, I think. How can we get that down so we can read it? It's zoomed in there, but how do we get rid of this? There? No. There? No. How do we get rid of that side panel? Panel. How do we get rid of you? What's that say there? There? Hey! Alright, that's a pure guess. Let's see. Here we go. Is that the summary? So why did they lose the tapes? Slide rules. They use slide rules even. Carbon copies and computer punch cards. And lack of foresight is perhaps understandable. So yeah, it's talking about... In the case of the missing Apollo 11 moonwalk tapes, hindsight is indeed 2020. Had NASA known what it knows today, the once rich magnetic telemetry tapes used to record the raw feed images of Neil Armstrong's first steps on the moon would be available today, stored safely in national archives. Though NASA certainly understood the historic significance of the man's first steps on the moon, it did not anticipate the ability to digitize unconventional television signal into high quality video 40 years later, in the era of, you can see how crap it is. Even so, some might believe that NASA and its employees, some of them long dead, should have recognized the tape's importance and preserved them for posterity. Before coming to judgment, one needs to put the issue into perspective and consider the role that these tapes played in the Apollo 11 mission. Among other data, the recorded and unconventional television signal, which had to be converted and repackaged to make it viewable, and only then with significant degradation. They were telemetry tapes, as simply as that. Nefsger said NASA has always backed up mission data, and that's the role these tapes played. In all honesty, I don't think they would have passed the tests, he added. The technology didn't exist to do anything with them other than what was already done at the time they were made. Perhaps there is no clear answers. So what did they do with them? They put them into storage, and they sent them across the country to one particular storage facility. And I believe over all that time, they brought a recycle thing in to reuse tapes to reduce costs, and those tapes somehow got reused because they're only backups to their formatted TV format version, right, which was available, not lost. Perhaps there is no clear answers. All that can be said with any certainty is NASA and Goddard Space Flight Center followed all procedures in storing Apollo telemetry tapes and searched them has concluded. After reviewing their content and determined Apollo program managers no longer needed the data, Goddard personal shipped the telemetry tapes to WNRC for storage. Over the ensuing years, Goddard recorded them and either reused the 1-inch tapes to meet a network shortage in the early 1980s or disposed of them because of high cost of storing them. At no time did anyone recognize the unique content on roughly 45 tapes containing the actual moonwalk video. At no time did anyone ever consider what could be possible nearly 40 years in the future with the advent of new technology. While current leaders can do nothing to reverse decisions 40 years ago, they can redouble the efforts to make sure historical importance recordings and paperwork find a permanent home within the National Archives, particularly now as they prepare to take the nation back to the moon. But yeah, if you want to go through the whole thing, what they found and search for and stuff that they reclaimed, in the search they found some stuff which was later made into other documentaries. As you know, they redid the moonwalk video in HD. They found bits and pieces of copies of it as well. They didn't find all of it, right? But yeah, have a read through that if you want to. You can just go down the normal conspiracy Thailand thing, is that NASA never tells the truth. Well, that article, if you go through it, you can break it down. Tapes lost. The final word. Now, that's never ever brought up on these conspiracy shill channels though, is it? But here you get it. So you can do your own research on that. They still might find it. Someone may have taken copies of it and as their own personal thing, illegally even. They've found that out with certain TV episodes. As you know, there's pirates. And BBC did exactly the same thing as NASA back then. They reused tapes. They had early shows like Dad's Army, as you might recall, black and white. The early episodes got lost because they weren't backed up and digitized. But lucky enough, when they started searching and asking around, they got anomalous posting of copies of some of the old shows, which ended up on the DVD edition, which were thought lost forever. So yes, so it still could be copies out there. Someone might be too scared to come forward with it, being pirates. Probably Russia's got a copy in their archives. Who knows? You know, Chinese might have a copy as well, because we know they steal a lot of stuff. But anyway, this I think there's some comments popped up. Let's see. What are you saying? I've watched him for a while, but that is the other, and then in the end, you are not more informed than before. I'm not sure I understand. I'm not informed. Yeah, I'm still learning too. Like I said, I've always said I don't have all the facts, and I try and keep balance in things. I'm always listening under your bed. That little part you can't see properly where the bread crumbs drop down. Right, you're talking about trying to get into single view zoom ins. Yeah, that's why I provide the links so you can actually go and read the stuff as well and do your own research on it. But yeah, it's quite interesting how they talking about it here. An astronaut landed on the moon 1969. Eagle landed carried a small unconventional television camera affixed to the inside of the door. It had one mission. Once astronauts opened the door, activated the camera, it would begin shooting live images. It also had an outside camera, didn't it, that expanded on the arm. The camera did its job. The television footage they viewed was actually inferior to what ground station engineers saw, so they admit that it's better. As the raw footage arrives from the moon 20,000 miles away, while the public saw blurry, ghost-like images, the engineers working at NASA tracking stations in California and Australia saw clear, crisp video on special television monitors capable of displaying unconventional video. Although NASA engineers knew that the scan converted would degrade the original picture quality, they viewed it as an engineering trade-off. NASA wanted live television, and the only way to provide it at the time was scan conventional technology, despite the degradation. In triumph of the day, no one at the tracking stations considered these differences, and certainly the public was unaware. The engineers boxed the 1-inch telemetry tapes would round into 14-inch canister reels, which served no other purpose than to back up if the live relay failed, and shipped them to Goddard space flight. Engineers never saw the backup tapes again. Okay, so it starts off that way, and then it starts following how they tried to track it down. Yes, I suppose it's like, you know, they get so much data coming in, and once they've summarized it, documented it, and pulled out what they want, they stick the data, pure data, back into tins and store it, and then eventually it degrades or gets destroyed or reused. I think that's fairly fair enough, you know, especially when you look back into the past of the technology they had back then. You got to remember, CDs weren't even invented, DVDs weren't even invented, reel tapes was the only thing. And of course, the discussion on that video also talked about the moon voice chat from Nixon to the moon, and that it had no delays, which is bullshit. So anyway, we'll just play the original thing from CBS.
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. Listening in background, going to lay down.
Okay. We've got plenty to cover. I've got the Skinwalker Ranch yet, and but whether it takes more than 4 hours, I don't really care. I'll just re-upload it to Pilled later if that's the case. Here we go. I think we'll get quite a lot done today. I think it needs to be talked about though. Anyway, let's just play this video. It should be PD, I would have said, being a news item. But anyway, here we go. I think all NASA stuff is not copyrighted now anyway. So let's see how the telephone call actually worked without any television cuts.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Could we get both of you on the camera for a minute, please?
I think we're going to have an announcement here. They wanted both of them in the field of view.
Roger, we'd like to get both of you in the field of view of the camera for a minute.
Now, as they said, they had to convert their format to TV. So this is TV format. One way they did that was once they received it from Australia. If you ever watched the movie The Dish with Sam Neill, go and have a watch of it, because they almost stuffed up and didn't actually get a connection happening. But yeah, they've actually got the data feed going to California or whatever it was, Florida, and they projected on a screen and then used a normal TV camera to record it. Well, is it onto a screen? I think it's probably, it's a bit like when they do scans of slides and stuff and projects it internally into a machine, like a projector, and it has a built-in camera in it, which is like a TV camera, high-spec camera, and then they convert it to 30 frames a second and all that. Once they got it in one format, they could quickly convert the frames, downgrade it, and whatever. But yeah, here's the original thing of the Moon chat.
Yeah, I think something rather important is coming up here.
Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over. That would be an honor.
Now, how many seconds did it take for a reply there? And it's not even talking to the president. It was at least 6 seconds, wasn't it? Okay, let's see. Let's just go back and sort of watch the counter on it. So that's the first one.
His office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over.
29, 30, 32, 33, 34.
That would be an honor.
So that's at least 6 seconds there, isn't it? Maybe even longer than that one, where he had to think of a reply back.
Mr. President, this is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White
Hey, recorder from VHS tape.
House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you have done.
So now they showed you what they were hearing, and then they get rid of all that static background and radio feed, go to commercial audio sound in the office. There you can see it's way better.
For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure that they too join with Americans in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what...
Of course, this should have been Kennedy sitting here, not Nixon. But someone decided to kill Kennedy.
you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth.
Now, the distance between Earth and the Moon for radio transmission takes about 1 minute and 25 seconds. 1 second, 1.25 seconds. So, just slightly over 1 second, which is quite good. But you can see it still took them to think and send back a reply. There is a time gap.
For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Alright, so 1 second, 2 seconds gone, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5.
Thank you, Mr.
So about 6 seconds to reply back to that one. Okay.
President. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be here representing not only the United States, but men of peace of all nations, and with interest and a curiosity and
For a radio signal back to Earth, that's pretty good too, I must admit. Because when you listen to those cockpit air flight control tower radios, it's just horrible to listen to. This is way better quality than what you get for air traffic control. I don't even know how they understand it sometimes, because my brain does its head in trying to listen through all the static noise on those things, when they could simply probably connect to the pilots via satellites and have a digital signal, couldn't they? And without any static whatsoever. So I don't really understand. Maybe the technology's old because there's old equipment in planes throughout the world, so they got to. But there's no reason why they couldn't broadcast them both analog as well as digital, is there? So yeah, I think things are going to have to change there too. So yeah, you can see that's obviously uncut and more valid than any conspiracy channels claiming there's no way they were talking to them on the moon because it come back too quick, blah blah blah, or whatever. I was attacked on posting a comment on that video about that. I said it took 6 seconds to see the original uncut version, and they say no, it took 3 seconds. I said no, go and watch the video, you can count the number of seconds. The idiots out there. And then there was another guy that I replied to talking about that's why they use core memory in space, because he was saying the reason they don't go back to the moon is because modern computers get affected by radiation compared to old computers. It's total nonsense. Some of the stuff they're coming up. Moon chat delay. Anyway, I don't want to spend too long on this stuff. It's interesting re-listening to all that chat again and what they said, but we haven't got time to go through it unless we're doing 10-minute shows. Break up the big show today into little 10-minute chunks. Come on, stay open. There's some strange delay happening. Of course, I did this one quite a while ago now, one of two, before I changed the format to chat with Paul. What year was that? 2 years ago, right? And we're talking about the reflection above the wires and all that sort of stuff here. You either believe, and of course, a shill channel Goofon was promoting it as wires, and well, it's solid proof. And also we had who else did we have? UFO Man. Considered as the best UFO sighted. What I've put together here or not, it's up to you. But I might be able to enhance it better than what Gabba has done here. Okay, I lost the place I had bookmarked, but I think we can find roughly the bit where I'm talking about. The wires shilling NASA. Here we go. Paul uses AI to put the science information needed. How Russians don't believe the moon. Paul shows where the reflection is. Okay, so it must be down here somewhere. This is where we do chapters, people. Have a look at my analysis anyway. Main hoax. Okay, so we want to get quickly into it. Where did I do the overlays? I probably did an overlay, didn't I? Maybe I flipped it onto the next one. Oh no, here we go. Bit hard to see at this pixel quality though. You can see it's not. If that was on Earth's gravity, that doesn't make any sense. The claim. I said, looking at the analysis of this, that there's a little antenna on the backpack. As he turns, it reflects back on a different angle on the lens of the camera. So it's actually a lens artifact, not glinting off a line. If that was the case, you'd see it glinting all the time throughout the video in different places, because fishing line or Kevlar or some sort of easy to hide suspension system color in the background has certain properties where light just blinks along it, but like that one with the that we looked at recently with the model suspended, a model of a UFO suspended by a fishing line, with that one that Jamie Masson's promoting at the moment. And Mick West and many other researchers out there spotted the fishing line on one part of the video where it reflected the sunlight. This is a case in point here. You can see how overexposed it is, and a lot of light's going to be causing internal camera reflections and what they call lens flare. I think that looks straight there, isn't it? So slight turn. And you'd need more than one wire coming straight from where the antenna is, right? Yeah. To lift up that weight on suspended in Earth's gravity. You saw in the video, even on the video, it debunks itself. But yeah, so I go into all that, right? And I think I'll probably cover it more in the second part too. I may do some more analysis, I can't remember. I'll post a link to it anyway. I'm not sure if everybody's watched it, new to the channel or whatever. But yeah, that guy couldn't wrap his head around it because he's not a technical person like me. He doesn't look at videos and analyze them every day like I do. He clearly doesn't use AI tools and any tools. He just reads what other people have said. So yeah, he's stuck with his goldfish, right? Wires on the moon. I looked at some other parts of the videos. They claimed there was showing wires and also debunked too. I'm not sure if it was in that video or not, or the next one, part 2 of that, but I know I did cover it. Anyway, it gets a bit I find it gets tiring repeating the same stuff over and over again, but it's the only way you can get more people out there understanding it, I guess, who don't watch me or may happen across it. What is this? Where do we begin there, Mike? You can reproduce old technology if you want to. Yeah, you can. Some people are doing that with the Spectrum Nexus Nex 3, which has actually got real CPU, 8-bit CPU on the circuit board that can actually play the real software. And you can switch between it being a Commodore 64 and a Spectrum 48. So there's people out there that grew up with the technology, like us old-timers, that like the old technology. It was easier to understand 8-bit micros and simple 16K RAM than it was, or 48K RAM than it was IBM PC, and having to use compilers and the old systems. You certainly could learn the CPU quite easily, the commands, and actually type it in directly as hexadecimal into memory and run it. Which is basically what I was doing. The reason they don't use is because it didn't do shit. Well, it's a bit slow now, but what would they need a computer for in space? To work out direct paths, landing paths, collect all the information from all the sensors and alert you, maybe. I don't know, just do simple calculations, well, complex complications in a simple way. Millimeters of tinfoil type protection beyond the hull. Yep, just total luck you didn't get microwaved by solar storms. I think they had a bit more protection than that, didn't they? I think they had water in the shell of around the bit they lived in, and water's a really good radiation absorber, like lead. So I think there was something like that. But anyway, I'm not going to look into the design of the poly. What do you call it, capsule or whatever. Honestly, I just can't believe the moon stuff from Elon Musk equals zero really, just like with all the tech now, with all his satellites. Again, I've tried to explain that with lenses, right, and CMOS sensors, right. Even the James Webb uses like a really tall sensor. It's not like your phone at all. And because a big sensor like that they use in an iPhone would create a lot more errors than using a small sensor and then simply finally calculate, move it along horizontally, and then down the line and actually build up the image like a raster image. That's what they do, and then they can put different filters in, or split the light to different sensors doing similar things, or analyzing the infrared and also other wavelengths at the same time. Then they can combine it with software back on Earth and all that sort of stuff. Elon's only in low orbit, by the way. He's got 2 orbit planes for his Starlink, and there would have to be like some sort of COVID CIA connection to even turn one of those into a spy satellite. I think, and even if it gets detected as a spy satellite rather than just transmitting internet data, other countries would find out about it and just simply destroy the satellites. I think they benefit from it as well, from Elon's orbits and data sharing. They can buy into it or sap into it. They wouldn't want to destroy it. They want to also use it, exploit it. But if it's got cameras in it, then they don't want that. So it'd be really risky for them to do that. It'd be silly for them to even do that, because it'll get found out eventually. We are living in a theatre. Okay. That sounds very much like the Goldfish Bowl guy. There's zero reason to not have a camera on a ship at the moon nowadays. Well, Elon's rockets have tons of cameras on them, because that's how they analyze it and work out problems with it. The thing is that his has only gone into space station and back again. He hasn't got cameras at the moon at all, so I'm not too sure what you mean by that, but anyway. And you could ask the IA about that, and it will go through all the technical things, the maths on it. Like, didn't they say for the Hubble to see down to 1 centimeter on the Earth, it would have to have a mirror the size of planet Earth on it? Something like that. You can ask the AI all these type of questions, and it will go through the web and put it all together for you. Why can't Hubble get clear surface images of the moon? I'll probably go into technical stuff here. Angle, resolution, and distance. There you go, 0.0 arc seconds. Ground-based telescopes, Okay, what's the summary gonna say? Hubble has imaged the moon on rare occasion, but these images are not highly detailed. Hubble captured ultraviolet images of the moon to study material compositions, titanium oxides. These were low resolution by lunar standards, focused on spectral data. So images of Apollo landing sites to support future mission planning, but these lack the clarity of LOR images, which is an orbit, a satellite orbiting the moon, resolving features only at 100-meter scales. Comparison. Hubble cannot capture clear, detailed images of the moon's surface because its angular resolution, brightness handling, tracking system, and instrument design are optimized for distant, faint objects, not nearby bright ones. The moon's proximity, brightness, and rapid motion relative to Hubble's orbit pose significant challenges. Yeah, so it's not like it's standing still looking at the camera. It's constantly moving, and both of them constantly moving. Adaptive optics are far better suited. If you like, I can check for any recent Hubble observations on the moon. Okay, so you can say the same thing. Can James Webb Telescope see detailed moon surface? The James Webb Telescope is not well suited for capturing detailed images of the moon's surface, and it faces similar or greater challenges than the Hubble Space Telescope for this task. Below is an explanation of why. Infrared focus, designed primarily for infrared. Field of view is narrow. Resolution limits angular resolution again. Arc seconds. Brightness and overexposure. Moon brightness. The moon extremely bright and visible and near infrared wavelengths. Reflection sunlight. Yeah, so you want to take it when it's lit up rather than in dark, don't you? In mid-infrared wavelengths, the moon's emissions. Pointing and tracking challenges, sun avoidance. It goes on a few bit, doesn't it? Okay. Conclusion. JWST cannot capture detailed images on the moon's due to its infrared optimized design, limited angular resolution to 150 meters per pixel, brightness, saturation risk, tracking challenges. There you go. And probably could draw pictures if you want to of it as well. Okay, where do we get to? So we probably have to move on to Skinwalker. Well, this moon missions that failed had zero video footage. What moon missions are we talking about? A lot of stuff is sent as raw images, right? And it needs to be processed. It takes time to process the raw images into a final image. So they've got to add in color and color correct it, and they've got to error correct it and all that sort of stuff. We can't use radio waves now because it's old technology. What? I don't remember reading anything about radio waves. They use what they call it, the L band, right? They still use the L band. We can't use photons in our eyes. That's old technology. Okay, sound a bit drunk. That's old tech. We had to destroy that and can't rebuild it. You know, I don't think we really want 50-year-old cameras, Michael. Anyway, why would you want to use old tech? Why do people use 8-bit micros still? They're used really for, because they've been around for such a long time. They still use Z80 CPUs and things for basic stuff. That's really good for that. You don't really want more pixels and 30 bits when 8 bits will do the job. There's lots of reasons we still use old technology. And we still use radio for communication. Still microwaves. Glass lenses are still a problem. We're still using glass lenses, and we're using reflective surfaces until we can get what they're trying to do, meta lenses working properly. May not even be possible until some other technology or some technology advances. A lot of it's actually a problem with the tools and making stuff smaller and faster and more hardened to radiation. As you know, we're sitting here with a USB dropout for no apparent reason. Could have been just a gamma ray that just passed through it, or it could be some sort of hacker trying to get in, who knows. But yeah. And what would one do on the moon? Yeah, what would you do on the moon if you had a holiday on the moon? Probably you would be jumping around a lot and having lots of fun doing backwards flips and all that you can't do on Earth, right? um, 0% chance of going to the moon? I don't think so. I think they're getting closer to it. It's already planned. It's already been planned. But because they're using new materials, new everything needs to be tested. That's why Elon's rockets land by themselves now, because it's using new fuel, it's using new materials. They couldn't do that back in the Apollo days. It just wasn't possible. They didn't even have the computers and the speed of sensors back then to be able to balance it and bring it back down. And even now it's still tricky. There's lots of reasons. But anyway. Where do we get to? So I want to talk about computers and radiation now, because that applies to Skinwalker Ranch. And I might just do that last, and all the other bits remain and push it on. But yeah, where did I get to? Did I close down stuff? Oh no, I didn't finish it off. Atlas. Most puzzling object we've ever seen. Okay, Atlas again. Was there anything there? Venting gas don't sound like an alien spaceship, does it? And the venting is what will push it faster, especially past the sun. It goes to show we still babies and understand the universe. That's what I said to that guy. The thing is releasing 70 kg of CO2 every second. Yes, okay. Next one. Oh yeah, that might be all the Atlas stuff now. Skinwalker Ranch coming up. Computer engineering. UFO, man. So these shills might have to be pushed again. Okay, so been looking into sort of that article about the moon, saying that that guy claiming modern computers would never be able to work in space and on the moon and all that sort of nonsense. Anyway, NASA to test solution for radiation tolerant computing in space. So these are the latest articles from this year. So this is the so-called new CPU, Montana State University. It's called a RAD PC, Radiation Hardened PC. It looks like a box you'd at the side of your table there, with a old connector. What's that, a parallel connector? No, DB connector of some kind, whatever. Haven't seen those on a computer for a while, but looks like they still use them in space. The radiation tolerant computer, or RAD PC payload, undergoes final checkout at Montana State University. Maybe, well, if I could read that out a bit better than I can see and read it. Let's just give it a try again. And while it's reading out, maybe I can go toilet. Motive. Okay, so how many hours are we up to now? It did play up before, didn't it? Count it to 3 hours. No wonder I need to go pee again. Okay, let's read it out. See how it goes.
NASA to test solution for radiation-tolerant computing in space. Beth Ridgway. The radiation-tolerant computer, or RAD PC, payload undergoes final checkout at Montana State University in Bozeman, which leads the payload project.
Sounds good.
RAD PC is one of 10 NASA payloads set to fly aboard the next delivery
AI
for
can read
NASA's
better than I can.
CLPS, Commercial Lunar Payload Services, initiative in 2025. RAD PC prototypes previously were tested aboard the International Space Station and Earth-orbiting satellites, but the technology demonstrator will undergo its biggest trial in transit to the Moon, passing through the Earth's Van Allen radiation belts, and during its roughly 2-week mission on the lunar surface. Onboard computers are critical to space exploration, aiding nearly every spacecraft function from propulsion and navigation systems to life support technology, science data retrieval and analysis, communications, and re-entry. But computers in space are susceptible to ionizing solar and cosmic radiation. Just one high-energy particle can trigger a so-called single-event effect, causing minor data errors that lead to cascading malfunctions, system crashes, and permanent damage. NASA has long sought cost-effective solutions to mitigate radiation effects on computers to ensure mission safety and success. Enter the Radiation-Tolerant Computer, RAD PC, technology demonstration, one of 10 NASA payloads set to fly aboard the next lunar delivery for the agency's CLPS, Commercial Lunar Payload Services, initiative. RAD PC will be carried to the Moon's surface by Firefly Aerospace's Blue Ghost 1 lunar lander. Developed by researchers at Montana State University in Bozeman, RAD PC aims to demonstrate computer recovery from faults caused by single-event effects of ionizing radiation. The computer is designed to gauge its own real-time state of health by employing redundant processors implemented on off-the-shelf integrated circuits called field programmable gate arrays. These tile-like logic blocks are capable of being easily replaced following a confirmed ionizing particle strike. In the event of a radiation strike, RAD PC's patented recovery procedures can identify the location of the fault and repair the issue in the background. As an added science benefit, RAD PC carries 3 dosimeters to measure varying levels of radiation in the lunar environment, with each tuned to different sensitivity levels. These dosimeters will continuously measure the interaction between Earth's magnetosphere and the solar wind during its journey to the Moon. It will also provide detailed radiation information about Blue Ghost's lunar landing site at Mare Crisium, which could help to safeguard future Artemis astronauts. This is RAD-PC's first mission out into the wild, so to speak, said Dennis Harris, who manages the payload for the CLPS initiative at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. The RAD-PC CLPS payload is an exciting opportunity to verify a radiation-tolerant computer option that could make future Moon to Mars missions safer and more cost-effective. Under the CLPS model, NASA is investing in commercial delivery services to the Moon to enable industry growth and support long-term lunar exploration. As a primary customer for CLPS deliveries, NASA aims to be one of many customers on future flights. Marshall manages the development of 7 of the 10 CLPS payloads carried on Firefly's Blue Ghost lunar lander. Learn more about CLPS and Art.
So, does that sound like they're not going to the moon, guys? Nah, you could see it. There's lots of money to be made off mining other planets and moons and asteroids. Of course they're going back out in space. And it doesn't need the trillions of funding that used to be needed for the initial space race. So all the factories that made the part from Apollo rocket and the dies don't exist anymore. There's another reason why they can't just simply knock out another Apollo rocket and just launch into space. Also they've got to collect hydrogen gas and oxygen gas, compress it. I'm not sure how long that takes. You'd have to split it from water, I guess. And how much energy that would be. That probably takes a nuclear reactor alone, probably. Certainly a load of solar panels would be needed in the desert. Running for a whole year, probably. That's another good question to ask the AI, actually. We know Elon Musk is using kerosene and a new formula. Yeah, well, we'll leave the AI stuff to another time anyway. We could probably ask about that and look into it another day. So yeah, sounds like a clever thing they're doing here. So obviously some radiation leaves big holes in the circuit board, right? All the wires that connect things, right? So they make the dies different to what we use on the computers here. They have like thicker wires in the chip design. And they also don't put it on silicon wafers, they put it on some conductive strips. So we'll just go through all that, and might have to read out some of it because it's very interesting to understand technology now and what they're doing with it. Mike, what's happening? Go P VGA port. Was it VGA? I don't know. Because you can get D plugs with different pins, number of pins on them. EMP pulse. Something else. Life support offline. But it sounds to me that they can take care of all that sort of idea. You know, war in space. At the moment they put robots on there, yep. But that's probably going to change in future. And Elon being a billionaire, he'll find a way to make trillions of dollars out of it. Yeah, I don't know about that, Michael. Anyway, I'm not getting into design of rockets and fuels, but yeah, it's something you can look into the future, of course, but not today. I can't be bothered. I already got my stuff planned out here to cover. Electrical and computer engineering. Okay, there's another interesting read there. Might come back to that one day. So there's a lot of companies and military talking about components in space, and they're talking about how they've got it on a different wafer and how it can detect things. And so not only have you got error correction and detection via software means if a bit gets flipped, but you also got ways for hardware to be detected that either can be replaced or fixed in orbit by sliding out a board and sliding in a new board, pretty much. So they might have these boards in hardened line-in bins of radiation, and they run several of them in parallel. Of course, these boards would be multiple CPUs with RAM on them. Yeah, so how RAD hardened technologies revolutionise space exploration. I'm just trying to find the best things to talk about at the moment. So this is quite interesting here. I think it opens up to its own webpage. Non-volatile memory on board Apollo spacecraft. So they can make old technology or still have it. We have made by manually weaving copper wires between magnetic ring cores. Bit by bit, software had to be perfect because any revisions to code were impossible. So this is actually ROM memory as well. So they can specify what bits are 1 and which bits are 0 with all this core memory, and it's unaffected by radiation. So if you boot up a computer, it's always going to read the exact number of bits for the code to work each time, and radiation passing through that is not going to do much damage. It might affect an atom inside one of those copper cores, but you're talking about trillions of atoms making up a single strand of copper wire. You can see how robust the memory was, and of course we're only talking about probably, the weight of this would be quite a lot. We'd only be talking about 8K of RAM probably maximum, or 1K of RAM, and in that they can do a lot of machine code and run things. This looks similar to core memory, the precursor to RAM, but it sounds like you're saying they used this as ROM. They did. It's amazing, this area of technology. I love how mechanically it is. You can see how it works. Yes, core rope ROM is very similar to core memory RAM. The difference is that the core rope physically wired the data into the rope, and a wire went through the core for 1 and around a core for 0, so the data could not change. Core memory RAM, on the other hand, obviously it uses magnetics, right? So as it goes through a core, I suppose that's got magnets, and it alters how it reads back. Anyway, let's see. I highly recommend videos on Saturn V. I also recommend for anyone interested in early space programs to check. Man, I love that guy. What guy is he talking about? I don't know. My brain hurts, and that's what they find on the Out There channel. And the good hurt of learning something cool is being balanced by the existential dread that maybe 1% of humanity really understands how complex tech works. And if we decide to go nuke on each other, It wouldn't take much to send us back 200 years, correct. Now, how would you build a silicon chip today if you were left with a handful of 100 people worldwide? You wouldn't be able to, I don't think. You'd probably be reading the manual, scratching your head. Of course, that's robots that build most of this stuff now. And it uses really clever optics, and it can zoom right in with the lenses onto where it's soldering, or it can just have pre-programmed areas where it touches and solders things or glues things on, you know. It's the sort of thing my dad used to teach, you know. But anyway, I thought that was quite interesting. I think there's a link to it. Maybe you can read it out even. Goes into really detail and nice images and how the cores work with memory. Stuff I don't know. I'd have to read that and understand it myself. I just knew they used core memory because it was hardened against radiation. It's really good, isn't it? And it's well written up and explained here. Now we could spend all day on just one episode on this. Address decoding. And we're talking about solid state, capacitance, transistors, is it? Transistors. NOR gates. This is all you learn some of this in university, right? Look at the soldering on that. I probably couldn't even do that myself today. My eyes are just no good anymore. But it's hard to believe I once used to solder stuff like that and modify them on computers, 8-bit micros, to do all sorts of things that they weren't designed for. And I didn't care if it blew up because I was doing a job where I was earning so much money straight out of school running mainframes that, you know, doing 8-bit micros at home was fun, especially interfacing it to music. Did a lot of fun things on computers. Yeah, it's still going on. Look at this. This is amazing. My dad worked on these. Yes, I bet he did. The kids today don't know how amazing technology was and how it sort of developed so fast. Anyway, I'll just post the Reddit post, and you can then click on that and actually read that article. I think it's well worth reading out with computer, really. Just sitting back and listening to what it's got to say and have a look at the images as it goes. So yeah, if I was a kid, I would say, Dan, can you read out this technical manual and show me the pictures as you go? Rather than listen to Jack and Hill went up the hill or whatever. Jack and Jill. So yeah, I'll just post that around. Core memory. So it sounds to me that they don't need to do core memory anymore, looking at the new computers with error detection correction and modified silicon chips. Let's have a look at what the Wikipedias have to say here. Magnetic core memory. So, again, you can see it's got the similar stuff. It looks like a chip, but it's got little cores and wires going to it. So you can make ROMs as well as RAM. Let's see. I might just see if we can read it out. We haven't got much time left, I don't think. But if I run over time, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Let's see. This is how I read a bit of it.
Magnetic core memory. A 32 by 32 core memory plane storing 1024 bits, or 128 bytes, of data. The small black rings at the intersections of the grid wires, organized in 4 squares, are the ferrite cores. In computing, magnetic core memory is a form of random access memory. It predominated for roughly 20 years between 1955 and 1975, and is often just called core memory, or, informally, core. Core memory uses toroids, rings, of a hard magnetic material, usually a semi-hard ferrite. Each core stores 1 bit of information. 2 or more wires pass through each core, forming an XY array of cores. When an electrical current above a certain threshold is applied to the wires, the core will become magnetized. The core to be assigned a value, or written, is selected by powering one X and one Y wire to half of the required current, such that only the single core at the intersection is written. Depending on the direction of the currents, the core will pick up a clockwise or counterclockwise magnetic field, storing a 1 or 0. This writing process also causes electricity to be induced into nearby wires. If the new pulse being applied in the XY wires is the same as the last applied to that core, the existing field will do nothing, and no induction will result. If the new pulse is in the opposite direction, a pulse will be generated. This is normally picked up in a separate sense wire, allowing the system to know whether that core held a 1 or 0. As this readout process requires the core to be written, this process is known as destructive readout, and requires additional circuitry to reset the core to its original value if the process flipped it. When not being read or written, the cores maintain the last value they had, even if the power is turned off. Therefore, they are a type of non-volatile memory. Depending on how it was wired, core memory could be exceptionally reliable. Read-only core rope memory, for example, was used on the mission-critical Apollo guidance computer essential to NASA's successful moon landings. 1. Using smaller cores and wires, the memory density of core slowly increased. By the late 1960s, a density of about 32 kilobits per cubic foot, about 0.9 kilobits per liter, citation needed, was typical. The cost declined over this period from about $1 per bit to about 1 cent per bit. Reaching this density requires extremely careful manufacturing, which was almost always carried out by hand in spite of repeated major efforts to automate the process. Core was almost universal until the introduction of the first semiconductor memory chips in the late 1960s, and especially dynamic random access memory, DRAM, in the early 1970s. Initially around the same price as core, DRAM was smaller and simpler to use. Core was driven from the market gradually between 1973 and 1978. Although core memory is obsolete, computer memory is still sometimes called core even though it is made of semiconductors, particularly by people who had worked with machines having actual core memory. The files that result from saving the entire contents of memory to disk for inspection, which is nowadays commonly performed automatically when a major error occurs in a computer program, are still called core dumps. Algorithms that work on more data than the main memory can fit are likewise called out-of-core algorithms. Algorithms that only work inside the main memory are sometimes called in-core algorithms. History. Developers. Project Whirlwind Core Memory. The basic concept of using the square hysteresis loop of certain magnetic materials as a storage or switching device was known from the earliest days of computer development. Much of this knowledge had developed due to an understanding of transformers, which allowed amplification and switch-like performance when built using certain materials. The stable switching behavior was well known in the electrical engineering field, and its application in computer systems was immediate. For example, J. Presper Eckert and Jeffrey Chuan Chu had done some development work on the concept in 1945 at the Moore School during the ENIAC efforts. 2. Robotics pioneer George Devil filed a patent, 3, for the first static, non-moving, magnetic memory on April 3, 1946. Devil's magnetic memory was further refined via 5 additional patents, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and ultimately used in the first industrial robot. Frederick V. applied for various patents on the use of transformers for building digital logic circuits in place of relay logic beginning in 1947. A fully developed core system was patented in 1947, and later purchased by IBM in 1956.
Oh no, that's when a UFO crashed.
This development was little known, however, and the mainstream development of core is normally associated with 3 independent teams. Substantial work in the field was carried out by the Shanghai-born American physicists and Wang and Weidong Wu, who created the pulse transfer controlling device in 1949. 10. The patent described a type of memory that would today be known as a delay line or shift register system. Each bit was stored using a pair of transformers.
So, woo. Okay, so you can see it's going to go on a bit. Okay, next wiki I had. Woo, what, when? You racist. How dare you? I just love Chinese names, so great. Okay, let's do the next one. Now, what was this one on? Radiation hardening. I see the Michael. Let's have a quick skim again. I seen a video over there they're using light to transmit instead of physical connections. Yep. I think that's probably what's going to happen with next advancing chips. So, but does it make it more reliable from radiation? That's a good question. Watch that, by the way. Will do. That's interesting. Yeah, could you imagine debunking a core memory? Oops, we got a solder joint problem here, guys. Yeah, I'd say no. I'd rather pay Michael King to come and check that out and solder it instead. Shit, did I copy? Yeah, I was meant to be clicking that and doing that. I lost my way.
Radiation hardening. Radiation hardening is the process of making electronic components in circuits resistant to damage or malfunction caused by high levels of ionizing radiation, particle radiation and high-energy electromagnetic radiation, 1, especially for environments in outer space, especially beyond low Earth orbit, around nuclear reactors and particle accelerators, or during nuclear accidents or nuclear warfare. Most semiconductor electronic components are susceptible to radiation damage, and radiation-hardened (rad-hard) components are based on their non-hardened equivalents, with some design and manufacturing variations that reduce the susceptibility to radiation damage. Due to the low demand and the extensive development and testing required to produce a radiation-tolerant design of a microelectronic chip, the technology of radiation-hardened chips tends to lag behind the most recent developments. 2. They also typically cost more than their commercial counterparts. 2. Radiation-hardened products are typically tested to one or more resultant effects tests, including total ionizing dose, TID, enhanced low-dose rate effects, ELDRS, neutron and proton displacement damage, and single event effects, SEES. Problems caused by radiation. Environments with high levels of ionizing radiation create special design challenges.
Now, look at Skinwalker Ranch where they've been picking up ionized radiation bursts, right? And they wonder why the equipment fails. Well, this is part of the story here, right here. The equipment they're using is not hardened for maybe a higher than normal radiation background. For radon gas is going to give off high energy ionized radiation is going to corrupt memory, which can cause a phone to reset or a camera to malfunction, right? And also battery storage technology. We've looked in the past that they're finding out that ionized radiation can knock out the charge and so on, right? We've looked at over the years, and we just keep an eye on things and seeing what they're finding out. New studies they're doing.
Challenges. A single charged particle can knock thousands of electrons loose, causing electronic noise and signal spikes. In the case of digital circuits, this can cause results which are inaccurate or unintelligible. This is a particularly serious problem in the design of satellites, spacecraft, future quantum computers, 3, 4, 5, military aircraft, nuclear power stations, and nuclear weapons. In order to ensure the proper operation of such systems, manufacturers of integrated circuits and sensors intended for the military or aerospace markets employ various methods of radiation hardening. The resulting systems are said to be radiation hardened, radhard, or, within context, hardened.
Wow, that's
major
rad,
radiation damage sources. Typical sources of exposure of electronics to ionizing radiation are the Van Allen radiation belts for satellites, nuclear reactors in power plants for sensors and control circuits, particle accelerators for control electronics, particularly particle detector devices, residual radiation from isotopes in chip packaging materials, cosmic radiation for spacecraft and high-altitude aircraft, and nuclear explosions for potentially all military and civilian electronics.
So when you take your phone or laptop in a plane, you got more chance of being hit by space radiation, and it can cause it to not work anymore, or cause some failure later on.
Secondary particles result from interaction of other kinds of radiation with structures around the electronic devices. Van Allen radiation belts contain electrons, up to about 10 MeV, and protons, up to 100 MeV, trapped in the geomagnetic field. The particle flux in the regions farther from the Earth can vary wildly depending on the actual conditions of the Sun and the magnetosphere. Due to their position, they pose a concern for satellites. Nuclear reactors produce gamma radiation and neutron radiation, which can affect sensor and control circuits in nuclear power plants. Particle accelerators produce high-energy protons and electrons, and the secondary particles produced by their interactions produce significant radiation damage on sensitive control and particle detector components, of the order of magnitude of 10 mrad/year for systems such as the Large Hadron Collider. 6. Chip packaging materials were an insidious source of radiation that was found to be causing soft errors in new DRAM chips in the 1970s.
How about that?
Traces of radioactive elements. In the packaging of the chips were producing alpha particles, which were then occasionally discharging some of the capacitors used to store the DRAM data bits. These effects have been reduced today by using purer packaging materials and employing error-correcting codes to detect and often correct DRAM errors. Cosmic
Sapphire.
rays come from all directions and consist of
Or
approximately
built-in
85% protons, 14% alpha particles, and 1% heavy ions, together with X-ray and gamma-ray radiation. Most effects are caused by particles with energies between 0.1 and 20 GeV. The atmosphere filters most of these, so they are primarily a concern for spacecraft and high-altitude aircraft, but can also affect ordinary computers on the surface. 7. 8. Solar particle events come from the direction of the sun and consist of a large flux of high energy, several GeV, protons and heavy ions, again accompanied by X-ray radiation. Nuclear explosions produce a short and extremely intense surge through a wide spectrum of electromagnetic radiation, an electromagnetic pulse, EMP, neutron radiation, and a flux of both primary and secondary charged particles. In case of a nuclear war, they pose a potential concern for all civilian and military electronics.
Oh, lucky we don't have to
Radiation
figure that one
effects on electronics. Fundamental mechanisms. Two fundamental damage mechanisms take place. Lattice displacement. Lattice displacement is caused by neutrons, protons, alpha particles, heavy ions, and very high energy gamma photons. They change the arrangement of the atoms in the crystal lattice, creating lasting damage, and increasing the number of recombination centers, depleting the minority carriers and worsening the analog properties of the affected semiconductor junctions. Counterintuitively, higher doses over a short time cause partial annealing, healing, of the damaged lattice, leading to a lower degree of damage than with the same doses delivered in low intensity over a long time, LDR or low dose rate. This type of problem is particularly significant in bipolar transistors, which are dependent on minority carriers in their base regions. Increased losses caused by recombination cause loss of the transistor gain, see neutron effects. Components certified as ELDRS, enhanced low dose rate sensitive, free do not show damage with fluxes below 0.01 rad, C/S equals 36 rad, C/H. Ionization effects. Ionization effects are caused by charged particles, including ones with energy too low to cause lattice effects. The ionization effects are usually transient, creating glitches and soft errors.
What happened there? I didn't stop that.
Errors, but can lead to destruction of the device if they trigger other damage mechanisms, e.g., a latch-up. Photocurrent caused by ultraviolet and X-ray radiation may belong to this category as well. Gradual accumulation of holes in the oxide layer in MOSFET transistors leads to worsening of their performance, up to device failure when the dose is high enough. See total ionizing dose effects. The effects can vary wildly depending on all the parameters, type of radiation, total dose and radiation flux, combination of types of radiation, and even the kind of device load, operating frequency, operating voltage, actual state of the transistor during the instant it is struck by the particle, which makes thorough testing difficult, time-consuming, and requiring many test samples. Resultant effects. The end-user effects can be characterized in several groups. A neutron interacting with a semiconductor lattice will displace the atoms in the lattice. This leads to an increase in the count of recombination centers and deep-level defects, reducing the lifetime of minority carriers, thus affecting bipolar devices more than CMOS ones. Bipolar devices on silicon tend to show changes in electrical parameters at levels of 1010 to 1000.
Bipolar is not to do with mental people.
1010 to 1011 neutrons/cm.
You can see it gets really technical, guys. Talking about leads, optocouplers, lattice damage. I was talking that I suppose lattice. It hasn't actually defined what lattice means. I think it's obviously on the silicon die, isn't it? Frequency of crystal oscillations. So yeah, where they use crystals for timing. Kinetic energy effects, namely lattice displacement, charged particles, total ionizing dose effects, 3% cumulative damage of the semiconductor lattice. So it's talking about silicon there being affected, because we're talking about nanoscale, one atom change, shill damage, single event one, which is pretty common. A set happens when the charge collected from an ionized vent discharges in the form of a surplus signal traveling through the circuit. This de facto, the effect of electrostatic charge, is considered a soft error and is reversible. So single event transient. How many of these ones are there? Single event effects have been studied extensively since the 1970s. When a high energy particle travels through a semiconductor, it leaves an ionized track behind. This ionization may cause highly localized effects similar to transient dose, which is typically what I think they get on Skinwalker Ranch when suddenly the device resets or the battery drains and all that sort of stuff. Ionization may cause high localized effects similar to transient dose, blind glitch in output, and a less benign bit flip in memory or registered. So if it changes memory, that it's running firmware, and it may do something that the camera wasn't expected, and then it sort of locks up and they have to turn it off and on and going to reboot it. Single event upset, single event latch up can occur in any chip with a parasitic PNPN structure. A heavy ion or heavy energy proton pass through one of the two inner transistor junctions can turn on the thyristor-like structure, which then stays shorted, an effect known as latch up. So there you go. Single event snapback, single event induced burnout, single event gate rupture. CE testing. While proton beams are widely used for CE testing due to availability at lower energies, proton radiation can often underestimate CEE susceptibility. Further proton beams expose devices to risk of total ionizing dose failure, which can cloud proton testing results. Blah blah blah. Hardened chips are often manufactured on here we go, insulating substances instead of a usual semiconductor. Wafers, silicon on insulator and silicon on sapphire are commonly used. While normally commercial grade chips can withstand between 50 to 100 gray, so that's your normal background radiation, right? Space, well, actually 100 would be fairly high dosage, wouldn't it, for us? Although now they're saying that we can withstand that on short term. Our immune system kicks in and mops up the damage. Space grade. So yeah, that's a good question. Let's just type it in here. What grade radiation level can humans withstand? Let's have a look. Humans cannot withstand high levels of acute sudden radiation with doses above 4-5 GY, which is 450 rad, being potentially fatal. 1000 rad is almost always lethal without medical intervention. So we're talking about 1/5 that. Acute dose. How much is considered safe for humans? 500 millirems. What's that? So they use all these different things. 5,000 millirems to grad. Can you even do that? I don't know. 500 milligrams converted to grams. No, grad we said. Is it? Have I got it wrong there? Yeah, I don't quite understand that. 5 grad. I suppose we're talking about something different here rather than millirens. I thought they said. Oh, grey. 100 grey. Oh, okay, that's probably where I've gone wrong. I thought it said 100 grad. To grey. Alright, there's the 5 grams I brought back in. The term grey is not a unit of mass that can be converted from milligrams. Grey, GY, is a unit of absorbed radiation dose, while a milligram is the unit of mass. Yeah, that's what I thought was going wrong. Oh yeah, so what's... I forgot what it said now. Let's go back. So we can withstand 4. So grey, I was talking about computers, withstanding up to far more than what we can. Between 50 and 100. So that's quite a big difference. That's 10 to 100 times more radiation than we can withstand. Okay. So you can see the chips are silicon chips, not the same silicon chips as what we're using. Alright, so hopefully we're more educated now on that. And this idea that you can't go into space because the old technology worked better than the modern technology is this nonsense. It just means they have to remodel things and make things better so you can use faster technologies in space instead of going backwards back to old slow computers. But there's some other interesting things talking about here. Is that military one? Let me just have a read. I shall left it open. Let's just have a read a bit of this. I thought I closed those. They seem to come back and haunt me. Defense. So let's see what the defense has to say.
Expanding Horizons: How Rad-Hard Technologies Revolutionized Space Exploration. Ensuring operational excellence and mission assurance across defense and commercial sectors. BA. Since the earliest days of what's referred to as the space race, space exploration has always relied on innovation to overcome the challenges posed by the harsh environment conditions, such as extreme temperatures and radiation. From the first satellite, space shuttle launch, moon landing, International Space Station, and beyond, space has become an even more important domain. Today, space missions have evolved to include planetary exploration, communications, national security, surveillance, and weather missions. No matter the mission, advanced technologies are required to explore the final frontier. Core building blocks and high-reliability rad-hard electronics. Radiation-hardened, rad-hard, electronics at the component, card, and unit levels specifically designed for high reliability are required to withstand the harsh space environment and perform long-term missions. For decades, BAE Systems has developed and produced a wide array of rad-hard, high-reliability space.
Now, you might remember there's been lots of problems with the rovers and also space probes over the years. And a lot of stuff, like even the Voyager playing up. So you can see that radiation could be a factor in a lot of that going wrong, as well as wear and tear, of course, and the coldness and the brutality of space.
Space products, many of which have flown on several of NASA's exciting expeditions. From the core building blocks to complete system payload.
And this is why they have cameras inside the cupola on the space station, because it's in nice 20 degrees Celsius or room temperature rover, rather than have to survive the frigid space temperatures outside.
Payloads, we provide application-specific integrated circuits, ASICs, application-specific standard products, ASSPs, microprocessors, memories, field programmable gate arrays, FPGAs, and single-board. Our RAD750 SBC has been manufactured at the 250 nanometer, NM, 180 nanometers, and 150 nanometers nodes, and has powered space missions for
earlier before that. They also change the size of the connection points in the chips, nanometer scale, right, that travel the current down it.
For the last 20 years. Still today, it provides the computing power for NASA's Curiosity rover that landed on Mars in 2012. Our SBCs have accumulated over 11,500 years of successful operations in space. Expanded missions call for advanced processors. You may not realize it, but our space products help hundreds of millions of people each day with GPS, satellite radio, weather data, and other advantages across the defense and commercial sectors. Physical space and weight are at a premium on satellites, so the ability to pack more processing power into a smaller footprint is a key enabler for the future. BAE Systems RAD5545 SBC is an advanced rad-hard space processor. The smaller, lower-power transistors of the 45 nanometers node support higher function and performance. This technology powers modular rad-hard, software-defined radio payloads in support of pre- or post-delivery hosting of data and signal processing applications. And the latest processor, RAD510 SBC, offers 3 times the performance capability of the industry-standard RAD750 microprocessor. It requires less power and has the radiation advantages of rad-hard 45 nanometers silicon-on isolator technology. Available to space agencies and spacecraft manufacturers, the RAD510 SBC uses software compatible with both the RAD750 SBC and RAD5545 SBC, making it a flexible solution for current and future applications.
I bet it's too slow to play gaming on, you know, but it's probably, you know, they're making it faster and faster and more hardened against radiation as they research more and understand more. That's basically what they're
Applications.
saying there. This sounds more like a sales pitch from the company making the CPUs, doesn't it?
Small but mighty, compact and customizable nodes. With growing missions, design flexibility is
Yes, so what speeds do computers in space run at? That's a good question to ask. There you go. Computers in space run at significantly lower speeds. Surprise, surprise. With speeds in the hundreds of megahertz or even just a few megahertz being common for deep space missions due to the need for radiation hardened components and older processor designs that prioritize reliability and tolerance to the harsh space environment over raw speed. For example, the Mars rover Perseverance uses a RAD750, which we just heard about, processor running at 233 megahertz. Of course, we used to use computers in our old day for Windows running at those speed. Wasn't it the Pentagon 66? Was that gigahertz or megahertz? It was megahertz, wasn't it? what Intel chips speeds in megahertz by year. It won't really by year, so that sort of gives you an idea if you grew up with it by year. If it give it to us or not. Intel processor megahertz speeds has increased from 5 megahertz in the late 1970s to speeds in the gigahertz range, with examples like 8086 at 5 megahertz 1978. So we were used to those speeds once upon a time. The 80386 at a speed of 40 megahertz, I told you, at 1985. Hey, I grew up in that time. And more recent chips topping 5 gigahertz. Intel's clock speeds measured in megahertz or gigahertz have grown significantly over time, and with early processors like the 8080 operating at a few megahertz. Yeah, okay, let's what was DX? Was it DX 66? God, my memory's getting old now. And megahertz, I think it's 66, isn't it? God, I used to know all this stuff off my top of my head. It's all starting to fade now. The Intel DX likely refers to 60 megahertz clock speed for early Intel 486 processor generation. I used to curse and swear at the thing how damn slow it was. So the space one's only doubled that speed. Okay, let's just type that in. What in chips ran at 233 megahertz current speed. Megahertz. Let's see. Intel chips that ran at 233 megahertz include the Pentagon, finally, MXX P55C, and Pentagon 2. Now, what year was that? 1990s. So we're talking about 20 to 30 year old technology, and now we're talking about that in space, right? Now whereabouts was it? That one there. So gives you an idea. The RAD750 running it. So the speeds is like 30 years ago that we were used to on computers. Able to a 9098 Mac. Oh, there you go. And the Mac also used like its own type of what do you call it? Spark chip, cut down chip, so it ran faster. So a lot of chips, they included lots of commands and codes in it that never really hardly got used. So they ended up streamlining the chips and getting rid of those commands because they could do it. Simulate those commands in another way on it. Why are they still slow? 2022 space and visible to computer chips. Charged particles invisible to the naked eye and traveling near the speed of light. Okay, so let's see, what speed do computers in space, computers used in Apollo run at? Because Mike wants us to reuse that technology. It's cool. It worked. Used in Apollo rockets. Okay, let's see how fast they got. Apollo computers such as Apollo Guidance Computer AGC ran at a clock speed of 2 .048 megahertz. Well, that was considered fast for the time. Modern devices like a typical smartphone are millions of times more powerful with processors that run at frequencies in the gigahertz range. Okay, so those of you who are not techie out there, hopefully that sort of explains it good to you. The more we understand the stuff, the better we get, right? So they're talking about it here in 2021. I just thought it was an interesting topic, you know. And then we got, especially all the debate online that I was getting, saying that I'm stupid and I don't understand it. And I think I understand it a lot better than most people out there that are blabbing nonsense online. So let's just have a quick read of this one. Let's see if there's anything there that's interesting. There's reasons why I get it. Looks like I fucked up. Oh, I swore. Let's try again. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Is that something we already read out? I don't know. Don't think so, but let's just see.
Radiation tolerant and radiation hardened components in space power design.
So we got
Chandra
tolerant and
Hackenbruch.
hardened.
Radiation tolerant and radiation hardened components used in space systems must meet stringent radiation, temperature, and mechanical tests in order to succeed in mission critical applications. Along with resilience, long-term cost effectiveness is one of the advantages of radiation tolerant and radiation hardened devices, as their use reduces the risk of mission failures and guarantees against the need for replacement and repair. Power systems are integral to achieving reliable and successful space missions, but the harsh and unforgiving environment of space presents extreme environmental and operational challenges that space designers must mitigate. The relentless exposure of radiation from cosmic rays and solar flares poses a serious threat to electronic components, making the choice between radiation-tolerant parts, radiation-hardened components, and commercial-grade power components a critical decision in space power design.
Makes you wonder if some of that radiation passes through astronauts' brains, somehow changes them or affects them. It's kind of scary when you think about it. And if we're going to go into space, yeah.
Design. Navigating and mitigating the dangers of radiation. Space is a treacherous landscape littered with high-energy particles that can wreak havoc on electronic circuits. High-energy particles produced by radiation have three main sources. Trapped radiation, particles, protons/electrons, from the sun and solar wind transient galactic cosmic radiation, GCR ionized atoms originating outside the solar system's solar particle events, particles created by solar flares and coronal mass ejections. These high...
Okay, so they're talking about the sun, galactic cosmic rays, and solar particle events. But how about normal radiation breaking down in soil and rocks around you? Background radiation, right? So yeah, it's talking about this here. So this MOSFET.
High-energy particles caused by radiation can cause several damaging effects on electronics. One is termed total ionizing dose, TID, which is characterized as an accumulated charge over a mission lifetime. TID causes hole trapping, generated by radiation exposure, leading to voltage threshold shifts in metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistors, MOSFETs. For example, an N-channel MOSFET will exhibit a negative VTH shift, whereas a P-channel MOSFET will exhibit a positive shift in VTH when exposed to long-term radiation. Figure 1. Figure 1 schematic of N-channel MOSFET illustrating the basic effect of total ionization-induced charging of the gate oxide. Normal operation, A, and post-irradiation, B, show the residual trapped positive charge, holes, that produces a negative threshold voltage shift. Image courtesy harsh environments, space radiation environment, effects, and mitigation, Richard Maurer et al. Another radiation effect on electronics is called single event effects, SE, which result from fast heavy particle collisions from galactic cosmic rays, GCR, and solar particle events. These effects can be destructive or non-destructive. An example of a destructive event would be single event gate rupture, SEGR, which occurs when a charge.
Alright, so let's just ask a question here. What's going on? Wrong button again. Can radiation around us and soil, just say soil, affect modern computers and home? Let's see what comes up with that one. The answer should be yes, right? Radiation and source such as from terrestrial sources is generally too low to affect modern home computers, as they are designed to handle higher levels of non-ionization from sources like radio and TV. While high levels of ionization can cause errors in electronics, the levels from soil insignificant. However, certain radiation elements like radon, which is what I'm talking about, can enter home through foundations and pose human health risk, though this is a different issue than soil radiation directly affecting computers. Okay, so let's just put this down then. In air, and radon from ground. Let's see how it words that one. Okay, it didn't come out. Oh, I said it. No ambient background radiation. Typical home radon levels from ground do not affect modern computers, as electronics are designed. Radon is it's changed its story now. It's not a hardware issue. Elevated levels of radiation can cause severe health problems for humans, but electronics are shielded and robust enough to handle typical environment exposure. That's not what he just said before, though, was it? Ambient radiation. You can constantly exposed to low levels of natural background radiation from space, the Earth, and building materials. This is not harmful to electronic devices. Radon is a radioactive gas that seeps from the soil into the home's cracks, build up to dangerous levels, which is what they get at Skinwalker Ranch. While radiation doesn't affect computers, radon doesn't affect. Primary concern with radar's health impact. Particles that decays into electronic robustness. Computer components have built-in shielding to a certain level, as we read, up to 100. What is it? Gray. Are designed to operate safely in typical home environments. No hardware impact. So most of it's talking about computers emitting radiation here. Let's try something else. Can radiation... So we know it can. Can radiation from space reach ground computers, right? I've done some research on this, and I know it does affect data sets, but we'll go over that in a minute. Again, I don't trust AI to be the correct here. Yes, radiation from space can reach and affect computers on Earth. Right, there we go. Although this is much less common and serious problem than for computers in space. Cosmic rays and higher energy particles from solar flares reach atmosphere and can cause occasional malfunctions in ground-based electronics such as memory errors or system glitches. The Earth's magnetic field can provide significant protection, but these particles can still get through. And yet, we're talking about radioactive materials all around Skinwalker Ranch. I suppose it's got to be like a gamma ray, isn't it? Coming from space. Could a radon burst from ground cause computer failure? I'll probably say no again, but we'll have a look. See what it comes up with. No, a sudden burst of radiation would not cause a computer to fail. Radon is a radioactive gas that doesn't chemically react with electronics. While its decay products can attach to surfaces, the energy bursts are too small to damage or interfere with electronic components. So what other radiation would they have there that would affect electronics? I don't believe this computer is right. Radon emits what type of radiation? Radon emits alpha radiation, though its radioactive decay chain also produces beta and gamma. So if you get a gamma particle, short-lived decay products also known as progeny or daughters. Alpha particles, the decay of radon. Beta particles, some of radar decay products like plutonium-218, because the detected radiation, uranium at Frog Ranch makes you wonder if there's uranium in Skinwalker Ranch. Gamma radiation, further decay products can also emit gamma rays. Okay, let's just ask it another way then. Can, I bet it changes the answer, gamma ray cause a bit flip and computer near ground level. Let's try that. Yes, so we got the answer yes this time, and we just read that radon can emit gamma ray. Gamma rays from cosmic rays can cause a bit flip in computer near ground level, though it's rare event, while the Earth's atmosphere. Okay, let's try it a different way. Can gamma ray from radon affect computer? CP RAM. Okay, let's not try that. From radon cause split flip. Try that one. Yes. But again, it's talking about gamma radiation from a source like radon can cause bit flips in computer. So that's sort of contradict what it just said, right? And this is the problem with AI, I find. They can give two different answers. Though it's an uncommon event. Well, on Skinwalker Ranch, they've got a lot of radon gas pockets happening. A gamma beam passing through a camera causing a malfunction is explainable. From a cosmic ray bitflits when high energy gamma ray or another secondary particle interacts with computer's memory. So yeah. Okay. I wonder if I could throw Skinwalker Ranch in there. Let's see what comes up with. Let's see if it even answers it. Can radiation on Skinwalker Ranch affect computers? Let's see what it says to that one. No AI! Dr. Taylor's computer incident on Skinwalker Ranch. This is a type of radiation from computer screens. Then they can allow someone to steal information. Okay, so he was talking about being hacked and someone was accessing the camera and deleting video and stuff. Which, knowing that drip, he's probably got infection on his computer and got his phone connected to it at some stage or whatever to download data, and the phone's infected the computer. You never know with that guy. He's such a drip. But yeah, that was one of the things that happened, wasn't it? What Skinwalker Ranch might be teaching us. Had to be critical thinkers, I think, and might be teaching us about the next stages of cyber warfare. Radiation spikes, equipment failures, and biological effects. But then you just saw me question Google there, and it's AI kicking and giving two different explanations, right? So what do you guys think down the site? Who's out there anyway? Is anyone actually following along? Oh, we got 12. Thanks for hitting a like on it, guys. I know there's a few of us old timers out there that sort of like talking about the old days as well as new computers, and we grew up with the technology. But the modern kids, I don't think they got the attention span anymore. The 20 to 30 year olds, or 20 to 40 year olds even now, are just hopeless. So yeah, 3 likes on Rumble even. So I thought I was pretty boring today, but I forget it's really technical. But well, we got torture. I'm torturing your brain, especially when you're drunk. Radiation, yeah, rads. My brain's slowly burning out too, unfortunately, guys. You gotta remember, I gotta research this stuff during the week, put it all together, and then try and present it to you guys, and actually fill in bits with live research. Cover computers in lead covering. Yeah, somehow it makes it a bit hard to use them then. Just use the tech from the space suits. Those had protection from space stuff, right? Didn't they have coolant? And again, water is a good radiation absorber. And of course, didn't they only go on the surface when it was like in the dark? And that's why a lot of the pictures on the cameras were not seeing the stars and all that sort of stuff. Wasn't that something to do with that, you know? Also, they had to actually use some light in themselves to illuminate stuff. I don't know, there would have been sunlight, surely. They had to have been doing stuff in daytime. But maybe not direct sunlight. Don't know, that's something else we'd have to do some research and answer some questions on. There's so much to learn. I wish they taught this stuff in high school. I would be more interested probably. But even the teachers wouldn't know this stuff, you know. A lot of the stuff was high-end stuff and secret. But anyway. Oh, sorry, I forgot we were just lucky 4 times. I feel like I'm in school gang, so you should be. My head hurts, slowly becoming torture. Yeah, okay, I know, but it's all interesting, and you probably read it when you go over it again and watch it again and think, oh yeah, that was really interesting there. But yeah, there's an episode where, let's see what they said 3 weeks ago here, because I thought it was total nonsense. You should watch that episode yourself, Mike, and see what you thought of it. And of course we don't see Dragon anymore, do we? I recently came across a show called Skinwalker Ranch. Have you really? It's a great background TV and listen to it while working. I've watched 3 seasons so far, and it's picked up his interest. Okay, where's he talking about? The computer glitch though. Hostile environment for tech. First season, set the tone, anomalous readings, unexplained cattle deaths, historic. So we've gone through a lot of this, pretty most of it actually. As the team begin digging, of course, then you're releasing gases from underground, exposing more things, doing so. So yeah. Cyber security perspective, the mirrors operations in hostile RF frequency environments. Yeah, a lot of cattle ranchers using ham radios. And military bases all around it, probing the mile high zone. Operation Braintree. He likes wearing the all black. I think he must have liked the Matrix movies, right? But we all did. Yeah, I should dress up like Brandon Few and go to a party one day and see what people say. I bet it's one of his favourite movies, actually. I thought we were going to hear something good then, but no. I think we've sort of done our dash on thing and move on to Skinwalker Ranch anyway. There was another link I had here. But we got burnouts. We're all burning. Burn. What's that Falcon Prison song go? Electrical and computer engineer. Did I read out that one? I don't think we need it. What's that one? UFO man. Okay, we're getting through it. Okay, what was this one? Oh yeah, that's quite interesting. But yeah, Skinwalker Ranch. Okay, it was in 2 parts. The first part was this about the fragments they found from digging, right? And they still haven't learnt. So on the latest episode, there's still a joke. Latest episode, they retest the ceramic for self-healing, and the before and after shots aren't the same settings again, proving the scientists didn't make a mistake last time and repeated the same Sumer error. 5 kV is more detailed than 10 kV. So they're bringing up on the show here saying there's a hole, right? There's a hole in the material before and after it's self-healed. But then you start looking at this down here. 5 kilovolt 44 WD and 18 WD and 10 kilovolts. So it's comparing apples with oranges again. So yeah, I started looking into that episode at the intro and got these images here. other screen snapshots where they're trying to show the hole. What is it there? Hole. It's on 20 kV this time and 44. Okay. And this one here where they got it painted with gold. But it's not on 20 kV, it's on 5 now and 44. So they're saying, oh, it proves that it healed itself or expanded and it stretched the gold. But not so fast. Let's have a look at the next images. So here I point out the schematic without the gold paint was 10 kV, 20 kV and 10 kV in this one. Ah, look, we got a tear. And there's the big tear, so it healed up. No, it's just not the same settings. And then they brought up this last image, which was kind of interesting. They had the same settings, I believe. But they're saying, look, it left the gold being stretched apart here compared to the unpainted version. To me, that looks identical. I highlighted the same area, and to me, that looks the same, apart from the gold one is more reflective of the electrons than the schematic one is. Can we compare it even? Again, it may be misleading, but that's the graphic they brought up. And you can see they've chopped off all the settings at the bottom, which is misleading again, because people have cottoned on. Same tier level. So what I've said here. I'm just trying to pin where it's going to be. There's a circular blob there. So where's that circular blob there? Is that the blob there, maybe? So even are we comparing exactly the same shot or not at 5 kV? Circular hole there. Kind of looks like that circular hole there, doesn't it? Ah, right. It's identical. It's got a bit down here that looks like that bit there. So you've got the circular bit and the little bit down there looks identically the same. Yet they're telling lies on the show, and that bit there underneath. So it looks like that bit there. And that little circle bit here is that little circle bit there. It's identical. So the show's lying still. Such a shame. Okay, so I did actually post other things below. And that's the second part of it. So I'll just go through the slides now and come back to that and just read that. I actually did some extra research here too. So that's to remind me to look at the slideshow. Okay, let's just bring up the slideshow. Episode Season 6, Episode 13. Starting to get sore neck now. Let me see if I can readjust here. I've actually tried to fix up that accidental button click, so let's see if it works today on the live stream. Okay, looks like I've changed the position there. So if I click on that button, I should stay on there. Hey, it works. And it actually makes a slideshow, I think. Yeah, there you go. So I've used another program to tame that program. Hopefully it hasn't affected the stream much. Okay. Let's just move that out of the way, I think. Have to scroll down. Cliff P, how's it going? Muons, cosmic rays, yeah. I don't know if we get those or not on the ground level. But it sounds like some can actually make it to the ground. Okay, I think we're up to date with that. Okay, let's go through the slideshow. Was that the first one? That's the second half of the episode. The first part was the ceramic stuff, reanalyzing it. Oh, yeah, that must be the first one. So they're bringing more rockets, well, not rockets, but explosions to Skinwalker Ranch. And they got the triangle, and they're going to put 4 what they call smoke ring makers in it, explosion devices. And also on the edge of the so-called mystery bubble. And they got 4 or 5 containers there, and that's near Homestead 2. Isn't that where they get the paranormal stuff happening? Which is not inside the bubble, which is kind of interesting. But anyway, moving on. Homestead 2 again, and they got little emanations of the smoke rings they expect to see. And they got this little young kid with his fast cameras. And he gets a camera glitch. This is why I brought up the radiation stuff as well. And of course he said it was recorded and it went wrong, and it stopped recording when the first experiment went down. So here's the first explosion inside the triangle, and it makes like a corrupted smoke ring. Kind of looks like a dog's head there, doesn't it? It's making a dog in space, and its foot coming down. And they wonder why it's gone wrong. It just makes a big puff of cloud rather than a smoke ring, and it drifts. You can see it drifting off, right? You can see it moving. Why am I zooming in? I don't need to zoom in. I can do it with the program. And this one here. What's that one? Oh, right. Was that from the drone? Camera looking down. And the smoke ring going upwards and going up. What's that? Them on the ground. There's the explosion containers. So, yep. And then they got it one creating a smoke ring. And this one actually creates a smoke ring this time. So a little of a second one inside the triangle creates a typical smoke ring, and then Travis is going on, oh, it's thicker one side than the other. But you ever seen transformer explosions? All of them are identical to this. There's always one side that's thicker than the other most of the time. And obviously it must be the way the smoke ring goes up, and there's little wind currents change things, right? So if you compare it to normal smoke rings, transformer, explode. Oh, well, just put transformer. Let's have a look at some of them. Okay, that one's got quite a little thick ends on it, but yeah, you can see it's thin on one side. That one's got a thicker side, and it's not a really perfect smoke ring. And there's one that's more the same as what they're getting, where it's got 2 thick bits and some bits in the middle. That one's more complete. And that one. But there's one similar to them, what they're getting. And you can see it's gone wobbly and screwy, and it's thick at one end. And there's a lot of examples of smoke rings, right? So the expert's saying, oh, I've never seen it not make a smoke ring before. Come on, mate. There's some strange air currents above Skinwalker Ranch because of the mesa, for starters. And also the land dip happening there in the Utah plains. and also the heat coming off the rocks. Yeah, so we expect to see variations in smoke rings, you know. Just bring that back down. So that's what exactly you're getting. And there's one from the side view of it. Looks like a typical smoke ring. And the triangle, and then it's sort of going wobbly, just like we've seen with some of those other pictures, where it looks like it's got some air current going on there. Oh, but there's no air current on the ground. No. Did they send up a blimp with various, what is it, optometers, or whatever they call it, for measuring wind speeds at different levels where the smoke ring's going to travel? No, they didn't do anything like that. And this guy here, they're asking, oh, did you capture it? No. That's this high-spec camera. And it dropped from a high setting to the low setting, and he didn't do it. He didn't touch it. Okay, so next one is letting off the third one, is it? And that one doesn't form a ring either. He's looking a bit upset here. Am I going to get paid because my camera failed? That's what he's shitting his pants about. And so is the guy at Cranking the Explosions of Smoke Rings, where they're not working. They all wrote about whether they're going to get paid. And Travis talks about, oh, suddenly there's a 1.2 gigahertz signal happening. Yeah, I wonder why. Someone's got a smartphone in their pocket, maybe. Anyway, carrying on. And then they do some explosions outside the ring. And they form... They look at different spectrums, infrared and whatnot. And then he gets an error on the device here that makes explosions happen. And they couldn't do it. But eventually he fixes it. And then the stupid Eric talks about, oh, we just got a GPS error at the edge of the dome, and the drone up in the sky looking at the smoke ring, and it's got an error on the screen. ID broadcast error failed to obtain. So we talked about this in the past, where radio interference can happen, which they're transmitting video back at 5.8 megahertz, isn't it? Is it megahertz or gigahertz? No, gigahertz, isn't it? Gigahertz, 5.8 gigahertz. Double that you get on Wi-Fi normally. Yeah. Of course, you'd have to look up what that means here. ID broadcast error. Not sure where you can look that up. Probably on the FPV drone thing. But anyway, data corruption, usual thing. Gang. If there's like a hovering pocket of radon gas emitting gamma rays, we know that's possible that's going to malfunction as well. But it could be simply someone messing with them. Ham radio, interference. And he's got the drone hovering here and landing it because he was getting an error. So they let off the next one after fixing it, and it doesn't form a smoke ring. And then they get a 1.6 gigahertz signal, which is not really a true 1.6 signal. It's actually got frequency either side, which suggests it's probably an echo. And then they lit off two together in outside of the ring or inside the ring, I'm not sure now. But one forms a nice perfect smoke ring and the other one gets distorted right next to each other. To me, that suggests it's an environmental factor going on here. There might be like eddy currents, you know, the vortex winds. So this one over here might suddenly have an updraft happening for some reason. And ice crystals that makes the smoke ring not form properly, and well, just a few meters other side, the smoke ring forms. So it doesn't mean it's some sort of paranormal activity. Again, it just looks like environmental factors happening. And then lastly, the thermal guy, who doesn't understand thermal, says, oh look, there's a thing zooming through. Actually, I should zoom in that way. Let's just get that back again. Something moving through the sky. So let's have a quick look at this. So we're looking at that there. It's pixelated now though. So this thing's moving along. Come on. Get out of it. It's taking its time. Yeah, it's moving along. And it looks like two bunches to me rather than one thing. And he's saying it's not birds. And I look at this and think it looks like a formation of something flying in the sky. Although they didn't show flight radar, we can't rule out it being two jets, military jets or something similar to that, flying low down in the distance behind all this. But to me, it kind of looks like, of course, by then it was night time as well. Night time had kicked in, and it wasn't daytime anymore. When we expect bats to fly out of caves to go looking for bugs to eat, right? And of course, if you have explosions on a ranch and it rattles caves in the mesa where the bats are roosting, fly out from a hole there, start flying away because they're spooked, would make sense to me. So maybe they're not birds but bats. That's what I'm saying. To me that looks like a bunch of bats flying away. And then something strange happens to the thermal again, where it gets this strange glowing effect on the edge of the mesa. Again, this looks like some sort of calibration error happening. And then it turns cold. Again, that's got to be calibration, but we don't hear any more about this. We'll have to see what the final episode brings. But there's that tower with the cameras on it, right? But yeah, to show outline, suddenly go cold. To me, it looks almost like a calibration problem with the camera. And what type of FLIR is it? Is it one of those differential FLIR cameras? So it subtracts, and so that would explain why something went hot and cold, right? Anyway, not impressed with the show whatsoever, and they got no controls, they got no, I reckon it's all been edited. If they do say things that are correct, it's definitely not ended up on the show, is it? Like, they like Travis saying stupid stuff and putting that up, rather than maybe Travis say some actually clever stuff that we never get to hear. So they make him look like a complete dork and laughable and great for ratings, maybe. But, yeah. So, going back to Skinwalker Ranch stuff again. Just to finish it off. What we got for time? Probably should wrap up because everybody's brain's hurting. 4:30, so I'm going to have to upload to Pilled anyway. It's already been cut off, isn't it? Unless they've changed their policy of making it 6 hours long. Did I miss a message there that they got chopped off? Maybe it didn't recover after the USB dropout I had, which should never be happening. But there you go. Yeah, so where was the bit on the... Oh, here we go. So what did I say here? The high-speed guy claims camera reset or acted up, which could be anything causing it from a battery issue to radiation, is what I said. Looks like a bunch of bats being spooked by explosions to me, followed by a calibration of thermal on ridge. The expert claims it's not birds and don't know what either are. Since they got mixed smoke rings, results suggest nothing abnormal other than air density issues, wind, etc. So this is what I said, you know, examples of radiation affects computers on ground or in airplanes. Oh yeah, that's another good article I found. And someone's posted here, fascinating scientific method now contingent on camera settings. W is different too if you look. It's like looking up close or stepping back. Less light shows less. So yeah, if I go and open up this is quite interesting about computer corruption that people had. Is it opened up? There is it. There we go. BBC. That was quite a good... I might just read it out. They're talking about stories. One was a pacemaker. I'll probably read out faster than I could read it anyway, but my eyes are screwing up a bit now. Going blurry.
The computer errors from outer space. October 12, 2022. Share. Save.
We are
Chris
sharing.
Baranek feature. NASA.
Sharon is Karen.
Satellites orbiting the Earth, including the International Space Station, are particularly vulnerable to space weather. Credit, NASA. The Earth is subjected to a hail of subatomic particles from the Sun and beyond our solar system, which could be the cause of glitches that afflict our phones and computers. And the risk is growing as microchip technology shrinks. Zap. A muscle in her chest twitched. Zap. And again. Marie Mo could feel it. She could even see it. She looked down and the muscle, just to the left of her breastbone, was visibly pulsating, convulsing with the rhythm of a vigorous heartbeat. The cybersecurity researcher was on a plane, about 20 minutes from its destination, Amsterdam, when it started. Fear gripped her. She knew immediately that something was wrong with her pacemaker, the small medical device implanted in her chest that used electrical impulses to steady her heartbeat. Could one of the wires that connected the pacemaker to her heart have got damaged? Or come loose? Mo alerted the cabin crew, who at once arranged for an ambulance to be ready and waiting for her at the airport. Had the plane been any further from Amsterdam, the pilot would have made an emergency landing at another airport, she was told. When Mo arrived at a nearby hospital, doctors poured over her. A pacemaker technician soon found the problem. It was the gadget's tiny computer. Data stored inside the pacemaker's computer, so crucial to its functioning, had somehow got corrupted. And for Mo, the prime suspect that she says most likely sparked this unsettling episode was a cosmic ray from outer space, a chain of subatomic particles slamming into one another in the Earth's atmosphere, like balls colliding on a snooker table, with one eventually careering into her pacemaker's built-in computer mid-flight.
And what's the chances
The
of that?
theory is
According
that,
to AI,
upon
it's
impact,
rare.
it caused an electrical imbalance that altered the computer's memory, and ultimately changed her understanding of the life-saving technology inside her forever. When computers go wrong, we tend to assume it's just some software hiccup, a bit of bad
Bloody
programming.
Microsoft, I
But
say.
ionicing radiation, including rays of protons blasted towards us by the sun, can also
Men
be
in
the
Black.
cause. These incidents, called single-event upsets, are rare, and it can be impossible to be sure that cosmic rays were involved in a specific malfunction because they leave no trace behind them. And yet they have been singled out as the possible culprits behind numerous extraordinary cases of computer failure. From a vote-counting machine that added thousands of non-existent votes to a candidate's tally, to a commercial airliner that suddenly dropped hundreds of feet mid-flight, injuring dozens of passengers. NASA. Solar flares, seen bursting on the left, and eruptions of material from the sun known as coronal mass ejections are one source of high-energy particles from space, credit NASA. As human society only becomes more dependent on digital technology, it's worth asking how big a risk cosmic rays pose to our way of life. Not least because, with the continuing miniaturization of microchip technology, the charge required to...
So it wasn't the lawfare of FBI and CIA that rigged the Donald Trump elections, it was a cosmic ray. Yay!
Required to corrupt data is getting smaller all the time, meaning it is actually getting easier for cosmic rays to have this effect. Plus, since giant ejections from the sun can sometimes send huge waves of particles towards Earth, what's called space weather, an unnerving prospect looms. We could see much more disruption to computers than we're used to during a massive geomagnetic storm in the future. Most frightening experience with her pacemaker happened in 2016. Once she was discharged from hospital, she received a detailed report from her pacemaker's manufacturer about what had happened. That's where I learned about the bit flips, recalls Mo, who is now a senior consultant at cybersecurity firm Mandiant.
Some shielding on
Inside the pacemaker's computer memory, data is stored in the form of bits, often referred to as ones and zeros. But the report explained that some of these bits had reversed, or flipped, altering the data and causing a software error. Think of it like pressing the wrong end of the rocker in a long row of light switches. A part of the room will stay dark. In this case, the error prompted the pacemaker to go into backup program mode, says Mo, and it began pacing her heart at a default 70 beats per minute with a heightened impulse.
No.
That's what caused the very uncomfortable twitching, she explains. In order to fix it, the pacemaker technician had to reset the device to factory settings in the hospital, and these were later reconfigured appropriately to suit Mo's heart. But the report offered no definitive conclusions as to why those pivotal bits had flipped in the first place. One possibility mentioned, however, was cosmic radiation. It's hard to be 100% sure, says Mo. I don't have any other explanation to offer you. In one much-discussed incident, a 2008 Qantas Airways flight over Western Australia fell hundreds of feet twice within 10 minutes, injuring dozens of passengers on board. That such a thing can happen has been understood since at least the 1970s, when researchers showed that radiation from outer space could affect the computers on satellites.
Oh no.
This radiation can take various forms and originate from a number of different sources, both inside and outside our solar system. But here's what one scenario might look like: protons blasted towards Earth by the sun smash into atoms in our atmosphere, releasing neutrons from the nuclei of those atoms. These high-energy neutrons don't have a charge, but they can go on to smash into other particles, triggering secondary radiation that does have a charge. Because bits in computer memory devices are sometimes stored as a tiny electrical charge, that secondary radiation now flying around can upend the bits, flipping them from one state to another, which changes the data. You might also be interested to read the unlucky names that can break computers. Can we store data safely within DNA? The online data that's being deleted. Cosmic radiation.
I think there is data, especially inside atoms, in DNA. Yeah, I've been over that in the past, haven't I? But anyway, let's just carry on.
Radiation increases in prevalence with altitude, mainly because our atmosphere helps to shield us from the majority of it. Air travelers, for example, are more exposed to this radiation than people on the ground, which is why air crews have limitations on the amount of time they can spend.
Plus, if a hostess is pregnant as well. But anyway, it goes on a few, but Australian Transport Bureau found that prior to erratic behavior of a plane, area computer data and onboard systems had misrepresented an angle at which the aircraft was flying. Oh, there we go. We've got solar wind hitting the Earth's atmosphere, causing aurorioros, northern lights. It's not going to scroll for me for some reason. It's one of these web pages that wants to control my mouse, so it won't move. It doesn't like me zooming on it. Stuff you, Microsoft Edge, you useless damn thing. Anyway, get rid of that, then we'll speed up again. Yeah, so there you go. So what do you think? I think the desktop is crashing and I think it's almost time to go. But I had a lot more good stuff to cover in videos of UFOs. Is it going to come back? Let's see what happens. This is normally the time I give up once the computer really plays. So that's what happened. I tried to control my magnifying software from Edge because it didn't like me scrolling and zooming in, and then it ends up looking up the CPU, fighting each other, and it crashes. Not radiation. Interference by Google. Interference by Microsoft itself. You bunch of assholes. You really are. Okay, looks like it might be back now. See? I can zoom in and back again. Yay, because I'm using Brave, which is not Microsoft and it's not Google. Anyway, everybody should be using Brave and really just get rid of all those ads on YouTube too. Now there is a hack for it. So those that upgraded, I've now blocked my Chrome from updating. If you're still using Chrome, there's a hack to still use Blocker and get rid of the stupid ads out there. Although I can't really promote it here. I think it's one of the terms and agreements not to promote how to hack things, isn't it? But anyway, yeah, okay, finished with that now. Okay, we're finished with that now. So let's just go through it here, tidy up a bit. What the hell? What garbage? Where did that come from? That's very interesting. I never went to that site. UFO Stalker. I gave up that site for a long time ago. Mifon said it was breaking the terms and agreements and they got rid of it. The guy that was coding it, and then they're going to make up their own app. But there was something else there. Yes, also this thing on here on Electric Universe you might want to have a read of. Talking about their version of what comets are and using electricity rather than conventional. I'll just post a link to it. I don't believe they're correct though, but they might have parts of it correct. That's explains it a bit better than conventional science. You always got to listen to all sides of the argument, really. Electric Universe comment. Just post it down there. Has actually interesting intro about what modern science on comets and on the intro, and then it breaks down into its own theory. But anyway, I'll just get rid of that. Anyway, there's electric field explains reverse tells and all that sort of stuff. What's this one here? Oh, right, that was the added chat that we added on before, wasn't it? Oh, what's going on now? Okay, we're done with that. Oops. Yeah, it only went to the end for some reason. Oh yeah, Bigfoot stuff, that was quite good. But I can leave that for another time. Bigfoot. That was quite interesting too. I might leave that for another time. Using aerogel. Remember we were talking about aerogel in the past. But this is funny. Mick West and Stephen Greenstreet. Dumber and dumberer. I thought that was hilarious. Because if you scroll up here, Greenstreet and Mick West are promoting that they were together at AlienCon. Alright. And he's got his big camera there. And Mick posted, is he actually shorter or is he further back than him? But I just look at the size of the hands and I say they're pretty much close together, give or take an inch. But yeah, I thought that someone posted that underneath because not a lot of people like Mick West. I thought it was hilarious. Anyway, I'll come back to that one. Oh yeah, Proof is out there is posting garbage again. Might come back to that one. Skinwalker Ranch we're finished with. What was this one? Ceramic Materials, Skinwalker Ranch. I thought this was a really good post. So just finishing up Skinwalker Ranch. Classification of ceramics by composition. So we've got silicate, oxide ceramics, non-oxide, glass ceramics. Classification of ceramics by applications, glasses, clay products, refractories, abrasives, cement, advanced ceramics, and examples of specific ceramics and respective applications. So they talk about a lot of aluminium and oxygen in the samples at Skinwalker Ranch, and they call it aluminium oxide. Let's see what it says here. Aluminium is one of the most commonly used ceramic materials. It's used in many applications such as to contain molten metal where the material is operated at very high temperatures under heavy loads, as insulators and spark plugs, which I thought was quite interesting, and in some unique applications such as dental and medical use. Chromium doped alumina is used for making lasers. So yeah, that's on Skinwalker Ranch. So could it be some old machines and things that Bigelow just dug a big hole on the Skinwalker Ranch and just plowed it all into and covered it up? So yeah, could the tiles be used for insulators for some sort of high voltage experiment he used on the ranch? There's another possibility, isn't it? Aluminium nitrate, such as good electrical insulation but high thermal conductivity, is used in many electronic applications. Circuits operating at high frequencies. Diamond C, the hardest material known. Abrasive ceramics for cutting. Lead zirconium titaniate. Silica O2. Carbide. Who would have thought there's so many ceramics out there? Titanium oxide, mostly found as a pigment in paints. Uranium oxide is mainly used in nuclear reactor fuel, has exceptional dimensional stability because its crystal structure can accommodate the products of the fission process. Zirconia, I've heard that one. To conclude, ceramics are a diverse group of materials with an extensive range of physical and chemical properties that make them useful in many different applications. So yeah, why they're on Skinwalker Ranch could be for many reasons. Now I'll just post that. Go and have a read of it yourself in full. But you don't hear anything like that said on Skinwalker Ranch. You know, there's no balance on that show. It's all them being the experts, which have biases, and it's starting to show up now. Oh, that's a supersonic, hypersonic UFO passed by when it turned out to be a fly, right? Types of ceramics. Now, the analysis said it was high in carbon, oxygen, aluminium, silicate, and other things, right? Which will make it really conductive. Okay, just post that. So I do research on this stuff and a lot of reading. But yeah, you think your head hurts? Mine hurts even more. Okay. The Out There channel is not good for hangovers. Proof out there. Does aluminium affect magnetic fields? Now, one of the experiments I did was with a magnet, and they dropped the coolant. They cooled the ceramic down and dropped it into a dish that was, I believe, above a magnet, and it moved to the side, showing it's got magnetic properties. They said. I just did some research on aluminium. Yes. But very slightly, and that's what they got on the experiment they did. If they got a lot of aluminium in the ceramic and cool it down, it's still only going to have a slight reaction to magnetic field. They were saying it's turned into a superconductor. Does that prove it's a superconductor? No. Aluminium, more properly aluminium, is paramagnetic, meaning it is weakly attracted by a magnetic field but cannot itself be made into a magnet. And here they've got a diagram of magnets with aluminium lining up, right? The metal was first isolated by a Danish physicist. He named it aluminium, or aluminum if you're American, and this is recognized scientific name and still in common use. Aluminium is generally considered a non-magnetic material. This means that it does not have significant magnetic properties and does not become magnetized. However, aluminium can have some effects on magnetic fields due to its electrical conductivity. And so would ceramic with aluminium. And I got that one we're finished with now. I'm not sure if I shared everything though. I was just thinking there a wee bit. And Skinwalker did a documentary making all these ridiculous claims, and maybe I'll cover that next time again. I'll leave it for next time. And yeah, we got a fair bit to go over next time. Okay, we're going to leave it there. Our heads are gone. We're losing our heads. We're losing our minds. So yeah, have to do chapters on this one really good, so you can watch it through the week. All those latecomers that are too lazy to show up during the day and watch the live stream and interact with it. Could you see secureteam do anything I did today? I would doubt it very much. But I'll say good night all. Take care. And thanks for your donations, Michael. Again, we don't see quite to eye again. Or I didn't understand what you were talking about, but anyway, my head hurts and my muscles hurt, and I've got to get moving. And no doubt you're all the same out there. And hit a like if you like the show. Let's see, what was pilled today? Pilled is again pretty low, really. But we only got 3 likes for the last live stream, and I thought the last live stream was particularly really interesting on the stuff we found out about the paranormal devices. But anyway, looks like people didn't like the topic or something and didn't bother watching it. But welcome to the life of science and truth and questioning science even. Anyway, gotta wrap up now. Oh, it's lagging a wee bit. I'm not sure how it's going to come out, but we'll find out after it's processed. We had a few little niggles today. Yeah, where's my thing? We lost the icon for it. Normally I minimize it. It's normally there for ending the show. Good night, people. That's a long one. It's come out to 5 hours gone, is it? Yeah. And so I'll end it pretty quick, I think. Thanks for showing up on Build, Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube today. Muchly appreciated. From the bottom of New Zealand. Someone reckons I'm a FBI or CIA agent down here. Well, where's my money? I want to get paid. Americans get paid a lot of money. Oh no, my thing's disappeared again. It's really strange. It's really strange going on. How can I end it? I'll just do it manually here. I'll probably start playing again. It's been a wee bit of a disaster.